Obviously threw the ball really well against us on Saturday, but, really outside of Forbes, I was really, really happy with our at-bats.
Well, fun time of the year. Tournaments are always a good time. This should be a good one in Durham. Good luck this weekend and going forward.
Thanks, Larry.
That's Tom Walter, the head coach of the Wake Forest Demon Deacs. Stan will be back with the lineups in just a minute, right after this.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
For up-to-date breaking news on the Deacs, there's no better source than GoDeacs.com, the official website of Wake Forest Athletics. GoDeacs.com provides detailed content of results of all Deacon sports teams, with innovative photos, live game and coaches show broadcasts, and in-depth interviews about the Deacons. GoDeacs.com is your complete online source for sports news when you just have to know. Visit GoDeacs.com and make it your homepage each time you log on to the internet. Go to the source, GoDeacs.com.
Deacon Nation, this is your new head football coach, Jake Dickert. I cannot tell you how excited, proud, and honored I am to be the next head football coach here at Wake Forest. Season tickets for 2025 are now on sale and start at just $149. Get yours today at godeacs.com/tickets and join me in Deaktown. I'll see you at a Legacy Stadium this fall to kick off a new era of Wake Forest football. Thank you for your continued support, and go Deacs!
Back in Durham, counting you down to the first pitch. Wake Forest and Cal today. The Berkeley boys have flown all the way across the country and sent Miami packing yesterday in a run rule game. So it's Cal and Wake for the first time ever, as we've mentioned. Time now for the starting lineups, brought to you by Clemens Carpet, locally owned and operated. Visit the experts at Clemens Carpet for all your flooring needs. Clemens Carpet, proudly serving the Triad community for over 50 years. Let's start with the Cal Bears, who are now 23-30 on the year after the upset win over Miami yesterday. Leading off the second baseman, Jaron Advincula. So Advincula will start at second and hit first. Hitting second and playing short today, number 10, P.J. Moutsouridis. Moutsouridis hitting second, playing short. At third base today, change that at first, and hitting third, it's Dominique Smaldino, number 38. He will hit third and play first. Out in right field, hitting cleanup today, Jacob French, number 15. In the 5 spot, number 8, Carl Schmidt. He's out in left field. Hitting 6 for the Cal Bears, Max Handren. He's the DH today, hitting in that number 6 spot. In the 7th hole, number 2, Cade Campbell. He's out at third. Behind the plate catching is Alec Burge, number 22. Again, he hits 8th. And number 9 is the center fielder, Ethan Kadama. He wears number 6 and plays center field. And Cole Tremaine will be pitching for the Cal Bears today, who were 9-21 in the regular season in ACC play. All right, over to the home side. Wake Forest at 36-19 coming into the game today. The Deacs, the number 8 seed, 16-14 through their 30 regular season ACC games. Leading off, playing right, Matt Scannell. He'll wear number 26. The shortstop, Merrick Houston, talented player, wears number 7. He will hit second. Hitting third and playing third is Cade Lewis, number 6. In the cleanup spot at first base again today, Jack Winay, number 21. He'll hit cleanup and wear 21. Number 5, the 5-hole, number 11, Luke Costello. He's out in left field today. The DH, Dalton Wentz, he will hit 6th. Hitting 7th at second base, number 9, Austin Hawk. The catcher today, Jimmy Keenan, he'll wear 34 and will hit 8th. And hitting 9th, playing center, number 14, Javar Williams. Again, Williams hitting 9th and playing center field. And as Larry's talked about, Logan Lunsford will get the baseball and pitch for the Deacs. There are today's starting lineups, again presented by Clemens Carpet. We'll take the final timeout, and we got ACC Tournament Baseball coming up. Wake and Cal after this, as you listen to Wake Forest Baseball from Learfield.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes, but one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Whether it's on the baseball diamond or at your home, it's important to have your bases covered by someone you trust. Lucky for Deacon fans, Sutton Brothers has you covered at home. Heating and air, covered. Electrical, covered. Plumbing, that's right, covered. At Sutton Brothers, one call does it all. A proud partner of the Deeks, trust the locally owned and operated experts at Sutton Brothers for your home's comfort and emergency needs. Remember, one call and Sutton Brothers has your heating, air, plumbing, and electrical bases covered.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Postseason is here.
First pitch is lifted into pretty deep left field. Back will go Fogle to the wall and gone. Home run.
And the Deeks are ready.
Kick, steal, swing and a miss. Strike three, and Wake Forest wins the marathon. Fastball hit high and deep to left. He looks up. He gives up. Off the video board. A 3-run shot. High and deep will go the baseball, and it will leave the ballpark. Grand slam home run, and Wake Forest comes from behind to win again.
It's game time on the Wake Forest Sports Network from Learfield. Now, to bring you every pitch, alongside Larry Sorensen, here's the voice of the Deeks, Stan Cotton.
And good morning. An early start, 9 a.m. Eastern time. And our thanks to Talik Pratt back in our Learfield studios, pushing all the right buttons, making these two old guys sound about as good as we can. And Larry, your take on where Wake stands, how the Deeks are playing, postseason coming up. We're assuming the Deeks will get that NCAA tournament call Sunday night, but it all starts here today.
Yeah, and I think that they feel very good about where they are. Not too happy about a 9 a.m. start. Takes you back to the 12-year-old Little League times.
How does Cal feel about it? It's 3:30 in the morning or whatever.
Exactly right.
3 o'clock.
But I think that they feel like they're in a good spot, especially the bats, and this is a good ballpark to hit in. So I think that they feel very good about that. Get by this one and bring on Georgia Tech, who they have not seen yet this year, and see what happens. But Cal has big plans for them this morning. Nothing to lose. They're playing with house money.
Yeah, again, the winner gets Georgia Tech tomorrow in the first quarterfinal game of the day. That would be a 3 o'clock start. If Wake advances, we'll be on the air at 2:45. Then, if you win tomorrow, you get Friday off. That would set up the semifinal round on Saturday and the championship game on Sunday. But it's lose and go home all the way through.
Yeah, and you can't look ahead. And, you know, it's as trite as you can possibly be. Take them one game at a time and don't look ahead. But it's the truth in a single game elimination. And so take care of the business at hand. And that all starts by throwing strikes.
Yeah, and Larry, that was going to take me to Logan Lunsford. Your take on him, his start today, and, you know, trying to set up Wake to get to the Yellow Jackets tomorrow.
Well, started the season off very hot. He's a low release point pitcher because he's a little bit on the shorter side. He's 5'10", which is unusual for a right-hand pitcher. So he's got a low release spot and will get his fastball up to 92 or so, which plays much higher when he gets his breaking ball over. He's got to establish his breaking stuff and the off-speed stuff in order to make that fastball look better. If you remember, up till about half to two-thirds of the way through the season, he was in the top 5 in strikeouts in the nation.
Callaghan coming in at 23-30, a team that's hit about 280, Larry, all season long. Doesn't hit a ton of home runs. Doesn't run a lot. Your take on the Bears and what they bring to the table. And again, they won yesterday, so they're feeling good about it.
Yeah, they're feeling good about it. And like you said, nothing to lose. It's a team that does a little bit of a lot of things. Not one area of the game stands out to you. A little bit beat up, too, especially on the pitching side.
And again, the top three for the Bears, Advincula, Mutsaritas, and Smaldino will lead it off for the Bears here in the top of the first. Wake Forest in the outfield, left to right. Costello, Williams, Scannell around the infield, third to first. Lewis, Houston, Hawk, Winay. Keenan behind the plate, and Lunsford on the mound. Looks into his catcher. Stands tall on the mound, ready to go from Durham. First pitch underway, and there's a fastball swing and a miss, and off to a good start.
Gotta love us. Somebody cutting through your fastball anytime you can get it.
So 0-1. Lunsford wastes no time, kicks and deals. Here's another fastball inside ball one. Ball on a strike. Looked pretty good from here.
Wow.
Did it look good on?
I thought the same thing. I said, all right, 0-2.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's high and tight. 2 balls and a strike.
Hello in this pitch.
Advincula hits .342. Not a home run hitter. That pitch is pulled foul down the line. Yeah, leaving the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. As you might imagine, not a lot of fans here at 9 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday. Had some rain earlier today. Should be done for the day. Lunsford ready, kicks home with the 2-2 foul behind the plate and out of play, it looks like, yeah. Keenan with a late start backward toward the screen to give it a look, but nothing he could do, and it's still 2-2.
We watched a little bit of last night's game from behind the screen. You like that screen that goes all the way up to the stadium roof, don't you?
You're well protected here, there's no doubt about it. Lunsford ready with the 2-2. That's low and inside with a fastball at 93 miles an hour. Count runs full to the leadoff hitter here for Cal, Jaron Advincula, the second baseman. And the payoff pitch. It is popped up. Shallow outfield grass. Hawk will call everybody else off and make the play, and there's one away.
They'll just nibble around the edges a little bit, but then get to a situation you've got to throw a strike. He throws it right down the middle and gets an easy pop-up.
So Advincula is retired. That brings to the plate with 1 out the shortstop, P.J. Mutsaritas. Just kind of rolls off the tongue.
Well, off some tongues. I mean, off the tongue of the play-by-play emeritus.
Here we go. Here's the 264 hitter, squares to bunt, ball outside. Here we go. Here's the 264 hitter, squares to bunt, ball outside.
Great fun watching you hold court at dinner last night in the press room.
Oh, man. Ball and a strike. Lunsford ready. Deals. That's in for a called strike. Took something off of that 1-1. Top of the first, no score, 1 out, nobody on. Wake and Cal. And the shortstop for the Bears stands in. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, popped up down the right field line. Scannell, long chase, and that will hit into the seats about 4 rows in. That was about a 35-yard sprint for Scannell out in right field. Wow, so he had a good year.
He's had a terrific year, and he played very good defense at home at the couch. But he's got a lot more to deal with down the right field line in this ballpark.
Ball and 2 strikes. Lunsford is ready. Rocks and fires. Fastball sails high on him, 2-2. Mutsaritas on the year hitting .264. 3 home runs. Foul tip, swing and a miss, strike 3, and they're 2 down.
Nice job by Jimmy Keenan hanging on to that foul tip on the breaking ball.
So 2 down now for Lunsford. Here's Smaldino, the first baseman. It's .274 on the year. Double-digit home runs with 11. Big, tall kid. Right-handed hitter. First pitch, swing and a miss. Looked like breaking ball of some kind.
Yeah, that's a slider, and as big, tall, strong kids are liable to, he's got a hole in his swing, and it's down and away with a slider if you can get there.
Lunsford looks into Keenan, rocks and delivers. Here's the 0-1. Fastball foul back into the screen, and
Just like that, Lunsford's ahead of the first baseman for the Bears, 0-2.
Of course, Stan, there aren't a heck of a lot of hitters in baseball that don't have a hole on good low and away sliders.
Sunshine now out, and the 0-2 pitch with 2 out and nobody on. Fastball chopped to the left side of the infield, snared by Lewis at third. Long throw across the diamond. One hops that to Ane, who digs it out. And the Bears go in order here in the top of the first. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Wake Forest coming to bat as you listen to Demon Deacon Baseball from Learfield.
Whether it's a big-time win or you're making a comeback, a Legacy Federal Credit Union is on your team. Need a car loan or want to switch to a free checking account? How about consolidating your student loans or starting that business you always wanted? At a Legacy, we help our members pursue their goals and achieve financial wins. Member-owned and focused, we're proud to offer personal guidance that helps you keep a healthy perspective on your finances through good times, tough times, and even game time. Learn more today at alegacy.org.
Whether it's on the baseball diamond or at your home, it's important to have your bases covered by someone you trust. Lucky for Deacon fans, Sutton Brothers has you covered at home. Heating and air, covered. Electrical, covered. Plumbing, that's right, covered. At Sutton Brothers, one call does it all. A proud partner of the Deeks, trust the locally owned and operated experts at Sutton Brothers for your home's comfort and emergency needs. Remember, one call and Sutton Brothers has your heating, air, plumbing, and electrical bases covered.
First baseball here at the ACC tournament. Wake and Cal, and a good start here in the first inning for Wake. Today's game brought to you by Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering care. Visit truist.com/care today. Truist Bank, member FDIC. A good start for Lunsford. Gets the Bears out in order for Wake here. It'll be Scannell, Houston, Lewis in the home half of the third, and Tremaine, Larry, on the mound for Cal.
Yeah, he's a young man that has been used kind of as an opener and done a number of different things. He will start sometimes on a Friday night and come back on a Sunday like he did against Florida State last weekend. So somebody that's got some seniority. He's a senior. Got a fastball, slider, cutter, and a change. Fastball up to about 91. Throws two different kinds of fastballs, so we'll keep an eye on that. But a versatile guy. You won't see complete games from the Cal staff.
He is 4-6 on the year with a 3.26 ERA. Struck out 34 and walked 15 in 38 and 2/3 innings. So here's Matt Scannell, the Deacon right fielder, hitting just north of 300. 10 home runs, 43 runs driven in. It rained for a while this morning, but field was covered. And the sun is out. Scannell digs in, left-handed hitter. First pitch is a fastball high, ball one.
It's pretty out there, isn't it?
Is now. Bright sunshine. We are down the third base line. Tremaine works from the stretch. And the 1-0 pitch, there's a fastball that's hit in the air, right side and high. Here's French in right field, drifting over toward the line to make the catch, and Scannell is retired.
Yeah, but French got a little bit of a late start on that ball. I don't know if he didn't see it off the bat.
So did I.
You're allowed. But it took him a fraction of a second to get going. But he finally got there.
And Larry, it's worth mentioning this early. The sun's at a different angle. Yep. There's kind of an odd glare out there, and the ball maybe not too easily picked up. Here's Merrick Houston, the Deacon shortstop.
This early, there's a lot of odd everything going on at a baseball stadium. I know you parents with young kids can relate to that, but once you get past a certain level, you get your routine set for later in the day. Fastball was inside for ball one. Second pitch is ripped foul down the left field line. Pulled there by Merrick Houston, who comes into the day hitting .349. A dozen homers, 55 runs driven in. Counts a ball and a strike. With one out, nobody on. Bottom of the first inning. No score here in Durham. And the 1-1 pitch. That fastball
Was a little fat, but a little inside, and Houston laid off 2 balls and a strike. Another one he could have pulled, but decided to wait for the 2-1 pitch. Here it is. Breaking ball is hit high and deep to left field toward a big outfield wall out there, and it's warning track power that time as Houston flies out to Schmidt, who stood right in front of the wall, Larry, out there and left. It's not exactly the Green Monster, but it's a pretty big wall out there.
It's close to it, though, and so it leads to a lot of interesting plays. And last night, in some of the games yesterday, there were some balls off the wall that some outfielders that had not played it before had a little trouble with. It made for some adventures.
So Tremaine induces a couple of fly ball outs. Here's Cade Lewis with 2 down. The Deacon third baseman takes ball 1.
And even though you can't see it, the bull is up, the bull is out, and 1 player hit the bull yesterday and got himself a free steak.
Yeah, I'm behind a big pole. I sat at Tiger Stadium one year in the 80s behind the big pole, never saw anything.
It's because I told them you were coming.
Pitch is fouled out of play, a ball and a strike.
I got a friend coming to the game tonight. Could you put behind a pole, please?
I got a free ticket from a guy at the hotel. Go out to the ballpark. I didn't say anything. That's why he was giving that ticket away.
Great stadium, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Well, the old one, yeah. Here's a ball and a strike. The pitch. Breaking ball in for a strike. Really good pitch by Tremaine. He's ahead in the count 1-2. Lewis hits .395 for Wake, 11 home runs on the year, 57 runs driven in. Nobody on with 2 outs. And the 1-2 pitch. Here's a fastball foul out of play. Count will stay 1-2 to the Deacon third baseman.
Golden Spike semifinalists just announced this past couple of days. Cade Lewis had a great year.
Climbs back in the left-hand hitter's box. Not a whole lot of wind here today yet. And the 1-2. That hit him?
Nicked him.
Yeah, just got the uniform maybe. So Wake Forest has its first base runner of the day.
I don't think it even changed the direction of the baseball. It just glanced off him so lightly, but it definitely caught a little bit of the elbow, and he didn't have much of an elbow pad on there.
Chris Ward, the home plate umpire, came out quickly with the call. And that brings to the plate Jack Winnay, dangerous hitter, leads Wake in homers with 14, hitting just a whisker below 300, driven in 59 runs. And Lewis aboard at first with 2 down.
He's swinging the bat very well right now.
First pitch to him from the stretch is in for a called strike.
Like most power guys, they're streaky with their home runs, and he's been on a pretty good binge lately.
First ever meeting, Wake Forest and Cal. First ever on the diamond. And the 0-1 to the Deacon slugger. That is in for a strike, 0-2.
Ever been to the Cal campus?
Just, in basketball.
Yeah,
this past
beautiful,
year.
isn't it?
Yeah, first time.
Come through the Caldecott Tunnel and make a right.
Made that trip with Forbes and crew out there for the Cal Stanford swing. And the 0-2 pitch. That's outside. The old guys would call that a waste pitch. I'm not sure. You're old, but I'm not sure that you agree with waste.
Yeah, you try to get him to bite, and Winnay checked his swing because it was about 8-10 inches off the plate. Good pitch.
Ball and 2 strikes, 1 on and 2 outs. No score in this first inning. That's low and away. Another good take by Jack Winnay. It's 2-2.
Went back to it a little bit softer. So now you're thinking he's got to come with a fastball.
Lewis gets his lead over at first base, held on by Smaldino at first. And the 2-2 pitch, foul backward, right into the screen on a fastball.
Good pitch to hit.
Count stays 2-2. Cal went in order in the first. Scannell and Houston led off Wake's bottom of the inning with fly ball outs. Lewis got hit. And that's where we are with Winnay at the plate and a 2-2 count. And the Deacon third baseman with about a 10-foot lead over at first on the right side. Here's the pitch to the plate. That is pulled foul down the left side. Count will stay 2-2 to Jack Winnay.
Pretty easy to sit up here and say good pitch to hit, isn't it? About a 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
And we are down the third base line, back of the stands behind the Wake Forest dugout, on what is now a beautiful Wednesday morning, about 15 after the hour. And the 2-2. Another one fouled out of play, another fastball.
Breakfast with Stan and Larry. If we had a talk show, you know.
Well, we could make that happen. If you want to work that much. We're on the backside. We're not going to add things, are we? I mean, there are fishing poles and golf clubs, too.
Out there waiting.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Tremaine shoves home with a pitch, call strike 3, and he catches when they looking. First strikeout for Tremaine. The Deeks strand Lewis at first. We go to the second here in Durham with a score. Wake Forest nothing, Cal nothing, as you listen to the ACC tournament from Learfield.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
For up-to-date breaking news on the Deeks, there's no better source than GoDeeks.com, the official website of Wake Forest Athletics. GoDeeks.com provides detailed content of results of all Deacon sports teams, with innovative photos, live game and coaches show broadcasts, and in-depth interviews about the Deacons. GoDeeks.com is your complete online source for sports news when you just have to know. Visit GoDeeks.com and make it your homepage each time you log on to the internet. Go to the source, GoDeeks.com.
On to the second inning. No score here at Durham Bulls Athletic Park. About a mile and a half from the hotel.
Yep.
90 minutes from the Radio Ranch.
There you go.
Long way from Florida.
From St. Petersburg.
You just move every couple of years. You're at a different place.
Someday I'll get satisfied, but you always...
You're like an itinerant preacher, just moving around,
Trying to share the warmth.
I hear you. All right. California, top of the second. Hitters 4, 5, and 6. French, Schmidt, and Handren. Here's French, the right fielder. Lunsford with a windup and the pitch. First pitch is lifted down the left field line, slicing foul and out of play. French hitting .370, 4 home runs, 33 runs driven in. And the 0-1 pitch, that sails high, fastball, ball and a strike. Lunsford got the Bears in order with a pop-out, strikeout, ground-out top of the first. And French, the right fielder, and the cleanup hitter in this lineup, and the 1-1. That is hit on the ground, base hit up the middle, first base runner for the Cal Bears, and first hit of the day for either team. And a good start to the Bears' second for California.
Yeah, French probably the guy in the lineup that you look at and say, let's not let him beat us if it comes down to a tense moment late in the game, hitting .370 with 11 home runs, as you said, and a very, very solid hitter.
Now the left fielder, Schmidt, with 1 on and nobody out. Lunsford from the stretch. Fastball in, swing and a miss, strike 1. Schmidt, the freshman, hitting .289, 4 home runs on the year. The 1 pitch, that hits him right on the hand. And a terrific start for the Bears here in the top of the second with 2 on and nobody out.
Off-speed pitch that just trailed inside. Now Tom Walter wants to come out to have a conversation about whether or not that hit the bat or the hand, you would suspect. Going to have a long conversation with home plate umpire Chris Ward.
I'm looking at the replay. It looks like it got the top of that left hand.
That's what he's shaking. And Tom Walter wants an appeal. He wants a review.
Okay. So they're going to take a look at whether or not that pitch did indeed hit Carl Schmidt. First look we had, it looked like it hit him right on the top of the hand or wrist. But they'll check that out. Hey, Gold Circle Printworks is a one-stop full-service provider for all your custom merchandise needs. Gold Circle Printworks is proud to deliver quality products, quick turnaround times, and personalized service. If your business, sports team, or group of any kind needs personalized hats, shirts, koozies, or any type of merchandise, call the experts at Gold Circle Printworks today at 336-589-0258. Again, 336-589-0258, and start your Gold Circle experience. You know what that business is all about, don't you?
Yeah, I worked in logoed apparel sometime. It looked to me like the ball did catch the bottom part of his left hand.
Yeah, you just got a second look and from
really
a different angle.
Yeah. That was pretty clear.
I don't think this is going to take very long. Matter of fact, the umpires are coming out of the dugout. I'll get the official call here. Yep. It hit
the call of hit by pitch is confirmed.
So French down to second. Call. Yeah, Schmidt at first. So 2 on and nobody out for Max Handren, the DH.
A lot different, though, getting a couple of different views with slow motion than it is watching from the dugout and getting a one-time shot at it.
Handren hits 243, 9 home runs on the year. First pitch fouled out of play, fastball. French got the inning started off with a base hit up the middle. Schmidt got hit, and the Bears threatening. Handren ready. Lunsford delivers the 0-1. That's a fastball that sails outside, a ball and a strike. Sun is out. There are some clouds around. In a 0-0 game here, top of the second. Here's the 1-1. There's a breaking ball that's ripped into right center. That is headed for the wall. 7-8 skips. It'll score at least 1, maybe 2. Going to send the runner. No throw, and it's 2-0 Cal. On a 2-run double from Max Handren to the right center field wall, scoring French and Smith, and upstart Cal, sending Miami home yesterday on top of the 8th-seeded Deacs here in the second inning with 2 runs and still nobody out.
A breaking ball that was down but over the heart of the plate, and it was ripped into right center field, was a stand-up double from the minute it came off the bat.
Terrific start for Cal as the third baseman Campbell stands in with Handren down at second. Swings at a fastball high, missed it, ball 1. That was up in his eyes. Handren now with 34 runs driven in after those 2 came home. Here's the 0-1, rip left field, base hit. Heading to third is Handren. He'll be held there. That ball was smoked to left to Costello, got to him in a hurry. So Handren had no chance of scoring, but he does get down the third on the third base hit of the inning for California.
And so this will get a visit to the mound from Corey Muscara. Trouble much earlier than Wake Forest wanted, but, you know, with the format, the way that it's set up, 1 and go home, there's no reason to save any of your bullpen. Because you can't leave them out there and say, well, we may have to play tomorrow or the next day the next, because you don't. If you lose this one, you go home. And so I would imagine there will be a lot of quick hooks during the course of these games.
Again, it is 2-0 Cal with 2 on and nobody out. Handren at third and Campbell down at first base. French started it off with a base hit. Schmidt got hit. Handren doubled 2 home. Now Campbell with a base hit shoving Handren over to third base. So 2 on, nobody out. Top of the second, 2-0 California.
And very quickly there is some activity with players coming from the dugout down to the bullpen, and somebody just popped their head up to say get it going a little bit quicker.
The catcher and number 8 hitter, Alec Burge, will now stand in with runners at first and third. Burge doesn't hit for average, Larry, at 229, but he has 12 home runs on the year.
He's got some pop.
Got to be careful with him. Left-handed hitter. Lunsford ready with runners on the corners and nobody out. That's a low breaking ball in the dirt for ball 1.
Made sure he didn't leave that one over the plate. And Joe Areola is up and throwing for Wake Forest.
Bears with runners on the corners. 2 runs in, nobody out. 2-0 lead. And the 1-0 pitch. Fastball outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Kadama, the center fielder, in the on-deck circle. Two balls, no strikes. To the Cal catcher, Alex Burge. Swings at a fastball and fouls it back into the screen. Good cut.
Yeah, you can see why he's got the amount of home runs that he does. 12 home runs. He didn't get cheated. It wasn't a bad pitch to hit.
9 doubles and a triple on the year for Burge to go along with those 12 home runs. And the 2-1 from the stretch. Breaking ball in for a strike right at the knees. Terrific pitch, 2-2.
Yeah, if you can go crossfire a little bit with the pitch he's not expecting, it can be very successful.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Runners on the corners. 2 runs in for Cal here, top of the second. And the 2-2, another breaking ball in the dirt down to second base easily with no throw is Campbell. And now 2 in scoring position for the Bears. The count at the plate is full, 3-2.
A good job knocking that pitch down, though, by Keenan behind home plate. 1 runner advanced, but the man on third still there.
Payoff pitch with first base open is on the way. Breaking ball stays high, I guess. That wasn't high by much. That's a base on balls, and the bases are loaded for Cal with nobody out. First walk of the game by Lunsford.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought that this could have gone either way. It definitely did cut. Oh, I think that's a strike.
That is a strike.
Looking at the replay.
Yeah, easy for us to say, but that called a ball. The base is loaded, and again, still nobody out. 2 runs in the Cal second, top of the inning. And the number 9 hitter, Ethan Kadama, the center fielder, standing in, and I'm not sure he's going to see Lunsford.
On TV, we got a quick shot of Tom Walter in the dugout saying go talk to him, so I would anticipate a pitching change.
Out goes Keenan to the mound. Out comes Tom Walter from the dugout. And there's going to be a call to the bullpen. So we'll take a quick timeout. Larry, get your thoughts on the change and where we sit here in the top of the second in a moment as you listen to Wake Baseball from Learfield.
Whether it's a big-time win or you're making a comeback, a Legacy Federal Credit Union is on your team. Need a car loan or want to switch to a free checking account? How about consolidating your student loans or starting that business you always wanted? At a Legacy, we help our members pursue their goals and achieve financial wins. Member-owned and focused, we're proud to offer personal guidance that helps you keep a healthy perspective on your finances through good times, tough times, and even game time. Learn more today at alegacy.org.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
Wake trying to stop the bleeding here, and Joe Areola comes in, Larry, to make his 19th appearance. He's 0-0 with a 5.14 ERA.
Well, I think Tom Walter thinking about the strikeout, and Areola's got great stuff. He's got absolute professional type quality stuff. It's just getting it over that sometimes gets elusive for him. Long conversation between Logan Lunsford and Tom Walter as they walked off, and I don't think either one of them were very happy about the strike zone in the early going. Lunsford in particular thought that last pitch was a strike. They talked all the way back to the dugout.
Lunsford out and Areola in. California with 2 runs already home here in the second inning. Visiting half. Bases loaded. Still nobody out for the number 9 hitter, Ethan Kadama, and the center fielder. Areola, the lefty, from the stretch, ready, and deals with his first pitch way outside with a breaking ball. And a nice job by Keenan to keep a run from scoring.
Well, Areola's best pitch is his curveball. He's got all kinds of run with a fastball, and so Keenan knows he's got to be ready to go to his knees to block something in front.
Handren at third, Campbell at second, Burge down at first, and the 1-0. Fastball is lifted into pretty deep left. Should be room, though, for Costello. Makes the catch, tagging from third, Handren, and it's 3-0 Cal on the RBI off the bat of the number 9 hitter, Ethan Kadama.
Good job by Kadama making contact and sending it out to the warning track. So Cal picks up another. Now the double play is still in order for Wake Forest. Looking for some kind of a ground ball to get out of this and stop the bleeding right now.
Yeah, just 1 down, 3 runs in. Back to the top of the order for Cal, and Jaron Advincula, the second baseman, who popped out in his first at-bat today. From the stretch, Areola checks on the runners, shoves for home, and he hits the hitter, Advincula. And now the base is loaded again with 1 away. Second Bear who's been hit here in the top of the second inning.
A lot less doubt about that one.
Yeah, there was 0 doubt there, right?
That just really got a big piece of it. Man, that's been a problem for Wake Forest this season, hit batsmen.
So bases loaded for Moutsouridis, who struck out swinging back in the first inning. Opportunity for runs here with the bases loaded and 1 down.
It's number 72 this year.
Areola checks and waits. Shoves for home. Breaking ball outside, ball 1. 3-0 Cal, top of the second here in Durham. ACC tournament. Single elimination event now. That's a switch after the pool play for a number of years. Here's the 1-0. That breaking ball is high. 2 balls and no strikes. Nowhere to go with Moutsouridis. Campbell's down at third. Burge at second. Advincula at first. 1 down, 3 runs in. And the 2-0 pitch. Way outside with a fastball, and it's 3-0. Everything going Cal's way yesterday and thus far today. The Bears ruled Miami back to South Beach yesterday. I mean, ran them out of here. Areola now with a 3-0. Pitch home, fastball at the knees with a called strike. That was close. Downstairs, but in, 3-1.
Bottom part of the strike zone, and that will also get activity going quickly in the Wake bullpen again. Josh Gunther up and throwing.
Long look in from Areola to his catcher, Keenan. 3-1 pitch with the bases loaded. Right down Main Street. That's what our hotel's on, 3-2. West Main is our home this week. 3 balls, 2 strikes to the Bear shortstop, P.J. Moutsouridis. And the payoff pitch, fastball foul out of play, good pitch. Areola increased his tempo that time, got the ball back, and then here it came.
A little better pace. Got to throw another strike.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Mutsaritas. 3 runs in, bases loaded here with 1 out in the top of the second. And a 3-run lead in the game. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball is, again, foul out of play.
Good job by Mutsaritas keeping himself alive on a couple 93-mile-per-hour pitches.
Cal went quietly in the first. Not here in the second with 3 runs in. Threatening for more. Another 3-2 pitch from Arriola. The lefty is now on the way. That is low, ball 4, and it's a 4-0 game. Mutsaritas gets the RBI with a bases loaded walk. Campbell comes home to score.
And the Deeks still in big trouble.
Yeah, just 1 down. Bases remain loaded. Here's the number 3 hitter, Smaldino, who grounded out to Lewis at third base back in the first inning. 4-0 Cal. Arriola ready. Comes home, breaking ball, not close. Inside, ball 1.
A good take by Smaldino. That was a good-looking pitch, and then in the last second broke down and in.
That's going to prompt a visit from the catcher, Keenan, to the mound. And I know, and Larry, you and I talked about it this morning over coffee at 6 a.m. But that's 3 a.m. Cal time. Yeah. Cal's been here several days, and most of the lag is gone from the trip. But still, this is a team that, deep in its soul is playing at 3 o'clock in the morning. But just playing really good baseball.
It still takes a while, but they did get in on Sunday. And, of course, the league structures it that way, playing Thursday, Friday, Saturday. A couple of the coaches came in late and didn't get here because they had a prospect camp on Sunday at Cal.
One-0 count to Smaldino. Keenan back behind the plate. Arriola ready to go with the bases loaded. 4 runs in. The pitch not close. Fastball way outside, 2-0.
Well, you know my thoughts on that you can never underrate the effect that travel has on the body as you are going across country.
2 balls and no strikes. Smaldino, first baseman, digs in. Here's the 2-0. Swings at was that a cutter maybe? 2 balls and a strike.
I guess it should be you never overrate it, right? The effects. It has a big effect.
You don't underestimate.
Underestimate.
Or overrate. Depends on what part of the country you're from. Here's the 2-1 pitch to the plate. That is inside. Another breaking ball. 3 balls and a strike. Nowhere to go with Smaldino. Wick's already walked 1 run in. 4 runs have come across the plate for California here in the second inning. And a 4-0 lead. 3-1 from the lefty. Arriola, bottom of the zone, called strike with a fastball. That was close.
Bottom of the zone, outside part of the plate.
Smaldino did not like the call. And the count is full, 3-2. Arriola is ready. Stares into his catcher. Kicks home. Fastball is popped up left side. Lewis, will he have enough room toward the dugout? He leans into the railing and makes the catch. Fine play by the Deacon third baseman. There are 2 down.
The ball came back just enough for Lewis to catch it right about over the blue rail that the players are all leaning on. And, of course, the players backed away to give him plenty of room, helping him out all along the way. Good play by the third baseman.
So 2 down, and French, be careful, the cleanup hitter, is back for the second time this inning. He led off the inning with a base hit up the middle, got this whole thing started. Arriola is ready. Fastball is slapped foul into the screen down the left side. 0-1. Three base hits, 4 runs for Cal here in the fourth. Base is still loaded with 2 outs. Here's the 0-1. Fastball lifted left, base hit. 1 run will score. Going to wave in for another. Here's the throw, not even close, and just like that, 6-0 Cal on the 2-run single off the bat of Jacob French.
The ball was very softly hit, but landed in a good spot. And Cal continues their 2-out hitting. They were 5 for 13 hitting against in yesterday's game when they walked away with the victory. And here they are with 2 outs again. That's a big hit.
But 6-0 Bears as Schmidt stands in. He was hit by a pitch back in the second, hit by Lunsford. Areola is in relief. And a pitch, fastball, not close out. I keep saying not close, Larry. These pitches aren't close.
No.
I mean, that's a foot outside.
That's an easy take.
Back to the stretch for Areola. Checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball breaks across and inside. 2-0.
And obviously, Cal has done a good job with their advanced scouting. They saw the breaking ball start out a little bit low, so he just let it run out of the strike zone.
Third base is open. French at first. Mutsaritas down at second. Here's the 2-0 to the plate. Fastball fouled out of play. Top of the second has taken a while. 6 runs in for California in a 6-0 lead.
Tom Walter said in the pregame he didn't think it'd be a 3-2 or 4-3 game. It won't be.
No, not anymore.
It may take double digits to win this one.
2-1's the count. Areola is ready. And the pitch to the plate. Breaking ball sails wildly high. Good catch by Keenan to keep that one from going to the string. 3 balls and a strike. Top of the second, all Cal, 6-0 Bears. And the 3-1 from Areola. There's a fastball in at 94 miles an hour and at the knees for a strike. Full count, 3-2. Areola back to work. Checks on the runners. Payoff pitch with 2 on. Fastball foul back to the screen. Just does stay alive. Just Carl Schmidt, the left fielder.
Reload.
Redo.
I know one thing. When these coaches were sitting around in the wintertime talking about the format, nobody anticipated what's happened so far in this tournament.
If you're a favorite, good luck. Only one favorite has won all day yesterday. Now Wake's in trouble. Here's the payoff. Foul down the left side on the ground. Virginia Tech, the only favored, quote-unquote favored team to win, did that yesterday. Cal is the 16 seed. There's 16 teams here to start the tournament yesterday. Wake's the 8 seed. 6-0 Cal. Payoff from Areola on the way. Swing and a miss at an off-speed pitch, and that'll do it. But Cal strikes for 6 in the top of the second inning. 6-0 Bears as the Deeks come to the plate. You're listening to Wake Baseball from Learfield.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes. But one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit Truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Wake Forest Baseball is back at the couch. Don't miss any of the action with theme game and special promotions throughout the season. And bring the family to the ballpark on Sundays as kids get to run the bases after the game. Tickets are on sale now, including the all-new Moe's 4-pack, starting at just $20. Get your tickets today at godeeks.com/tickets. We'll see you at the couch this spring for Wake Forest Baseball. Go Deeks!
Well, time to get to work now for Wake here, Larry. Bottom of the second. The Bears come with 6 runs on 4 hits, stranded 2, And, wow, the Deacs are behind the 8 ball now.
No special recipe or formula for it right now. The only thing you have to remember is there's 24 outs left. And so you don't have to try to get 6 this inning to catch it up. Don't try to hit the 4-run homer with nobody on base. Just keep swinging the bats. Keep doing what you do. Know that you're capable of scoring because you did average 7 runs a game. Know that you're capable of scoring runs.
And what does that do now for Tremaine out there on the mound for Cal? He's now got 6 runs in his back pocket. Anything much?
Stay with your game plan. Okay. Just stay with your plan.
Here's Lou Costello to lead it off for Wake, back in left field for the Deacs today. Looks at a fastball off the plate for ball 1. Costello hitting .315 on the year. That's on the ground, left side, foul by a foot. That would have been extra bases. Just by Campbell, but back to the plate for Costello, a ball and a strike. Costello with 8 home runs on the year. 22 runs driven in. 6-0, bottom of the second. California with a lead, and another visit to home plate by Tom Walter. He's had 2 or 3 conversations already today with Chris Ward behind the plate. And by the way, Mike Jarbeau down at first today, Craig Barron at second, Brandon Henson at third. Game started at about 69 degrees. We're in the low 70s right now, I would say. Partly cloudy skies right now after some morning showers.
Very comfortable.
Yep. 1-1 pitch to the plate. Lifted to pretty deep right field, back to the wall, and right in front of it to make the catch is French. Costello gave it a ride. About 5 more feet, and Wake would have had its first run, but Costello is retired 1 away.
A pretty good chance that ball's out at David F. Couch.
Oh, that's gone. Yeah, it's gone. We're looking at the flags in left field, and they're fairly limp right now. Wake's had 1 base runner, and that was Lewis back in the first, who was hit by a pitch. Here's Wentz, the DH. With 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the second. 6-0 Cal. Fastball sails high, ball 1. Winner gets Georgia Tech tomorrow. Number 1 seed at 3 o'clock Eastern time. 1-0 pitch, foul down the right side. Ball and a strike. Georgia Tech had a really good year.
They did. Had a little bit of a low spot in the middle part of the season, but then came back strong in the latter part for Coach Danny Hall in his last year as the head coach.
1-1 pitch. That drops low. 2 balls and a strike. Wentz for Wake, hitting .305. 8 home runs, 32 driven in, 32 runs driven in. Next pitch, foul out of play on the right side. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Deacon DH.
Really looking forward to a conversation with Danny Hall tonight. Talk about his team. Got it on the schedule. Need to win the game.
Yeah, I got to do that first. Here's the 2-2. That's high and outside, full count. Yeah, 6-0 California, all the way in from the Pacific time zone. And doing damage here in Durham after sending Miami home yesterday, leading 6-0 here against Wake. Here's the payoff. That's hit to right center, fairly deep. Back is French to the wall. Gives up on it. Home run. Solo shot from Wentz, and Wake is on the board. Much needed run for the Demon Deacs.
Got to do something to change the momentum a little bit, and like we said, just chip away. Just chip away. 1s and 2s. will get you back into this baseball game and put some pressure on the Cal bullpen, which is where you want to be. Dalton Wentz and Luke Costello are going to be a terrific middle part of the order for Wake Forest for the next couple of years. Both exciting young hitters. This time from the left side, Wentz hits one into the seats.
9th home run for Wentz. Number 97 for Wake Forest on this season. Deeks again finally get on the board, and it's 6-1. Finally, we're in the bottom of the second inning.
Thank you for not making me say that.
Austin Hawk, the second baseman, stands in, pops it up at the plate. Not sure the park will hold it. Back is Burge, the catcher, drifting toward the dugout. Could have made the play, but couldn't get there in time. He and Smaldino, the first baseman, were closing in on it. But there, when that goes up, it comes down kind of squirrely, and neither could get there.
Well, that would be the Magnus effect,
Yes,
Stan.
it would.
And it brought the ball back right towards the dugout, and there's the open spot, and the coaching staff is standing right there. Either player could have caught that ball. No communication with the staff, and the ball was very catchable.
0-1 to Hawk with the game at 6-1. Fastball sails high, 1-1 to count.
Now the key for Wake Forest is take advantage of that little break that you got.
Home run from Wentz just moments ago has the score at 6-1 with Cal leading. Fastball high. 2 balls and a strike. One out, nobody on for Wake here in the home half of the second inning. And the 2-1. That drifts inside, 2 balls and a strike.
Hey, I got to clean up something I said on TV a week or so ago, too. I said that Tommy Hawk had been promoted to AA. I got some bad information from somebody before the game. He is not. He's still in A-ball, but he's doing a great job.
3-1 pitch, fastball inside, walked it.
Thank you for indulging me on that, Stan.
First one given up by Tremaine. Inning started not so quietly, really. Costello nearly hit it out. Visit from the California dugout out to the pitcher's mound, but Costello nearly hit it out. Fly ball out. Wentz did hit it out, and now Hawk walks. And Wake trailing now 6-1 here in the bottom of the second inning in Durham at the ACC tournament.
Chris Bodishbaugh, the Cal pitching coach.
Short visit.
Very short. He's still a little bit tired. He was one of the coaches that took the red eye in Monday morning after their prospect camp on Sunday. So
I bet he said throw strikes.
That's good advice. That's good advice. I like that.
With a 5-run lead, throw strikes.
Yep.
We'll catch it.
Just get after him.
Here's Jimmy Keenan standing in. 0-1. I missed the pitch. I was looking at the TV monitor. They had Hawk still at the bat.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Threw me for just a second.
Yeah. 0-1 is the count as Keenan stands in. And the pitch. Swings at an off-speed pitch. 0-1. Swung right through that. 0-2.
Might have hit the ball if he'd have hit it.
Good cut.
Somebody hit the ball.
Keenan hitting .245, 6 home runs on the year, 23 runs driven in. In the hole, though, 0-2. Tremaine from the stretch with Hawk at first. Another off-speed pitch outside, a ball and 2 strikes to the Deacon catcher. Junior out of White Plains, New York. And Tremaine is ready as he looks into Burge. And the 1-2 pitch. Whoa, look out. The late Bob Euchre would have hollered just a bit outside on that. That's sad to lose Euchre.
Yeah.
Met him one time several years back. What a treat he was. And the 2-2 pitch. That's low. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Learned a lot of baseball from Bob Euchre in the 3.5 years in Milwaukee. And, he's got that act and that persona. But the man knew a lot about the game, and he called a great game as a broadcaster.
Hall of Fame broadcaster.
Yep, deserved it, too.
Lots of visits to the Johnny Carson show. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three, and Keenan is out. Should say the Tonight Show, starring Johnny Carson.
There you go.
Second strikeout for Tremaine as Larry and I continue to show our age.
No, we saw it on a clip.
Those young guys listening, who? Johnny who?
Saw it on YouTube.
Do you watch the Tonight Show clips on YouTube?
Oh, yeah.
Or X? Wow, they're fantastic. Here's Javar Williams, Wake center fielder, with 2 outs and a run in for Wake. 6-1 Cal, though. Off-speed pitch misses the plate. A ball and no strikes. So Wake works through its order as Williams hits in the number 9 spot. 1-0 from Tremaine is pulled foul down the right field side. Evens the count at 1-1. Cal got 6 runs in the top of the second. Wake's answered with at least one here on the Wentz solo home run, and it's 6-1. Tremaine's 1-1 fouled out of play. So he's ahead of the Deacon catcher, a ball and 2 strikes.
There is activity in the Cal bullpen already, so they're not waiting long either.
1-2, Tremaine comes set, shoves home with a right-handed pitch. Fastball, that hit him. Just did glance the jersey. Second Deacon that Tremaine has hit, and the Deacs now with runners at first and second with 2 away.
Matt Scannell, left-handed hitter. Down in the bullpen, David Shaw is a left-handed pitcher. A lot of left-handed pitchers, 6'7", 205.
And now top of the Wake order, here's Scannell, who flied out to right to lead off the Deacon first inning. 2 on, 2 out, 1 in for Wake here in the bottom of the second. 6-1 Cal. And the pitch falls low for ball 1. Scannell started the day at .303, 10 home runs. Nearly had an 11th back in the first inning. Now another visit to the mound from the catcher, Burge.
Long, slow trip.
Yeah, one of those visits, isn't it?
And Tremaine's not happy about it. He's stalking around the mound. He knows he's an opener, but he also wanted to give his team some innings, and he's still walking around and muttering, and Burge is listening and taking it all in.
That visit's over.
The obligatory catcher slow walk before possibly the head coach coming out.
No.
Nope.
Counts 1-0 to Matt Scannell. Tremaine's ready, checks on the runners. Comes to second with a throw and back safely is Hawk. He is at second, and Williams at first base with 2 outs and a run in on the Wentz homer. 6-1 count, now the visit from the dugout.
That's Bodishbaugh again. I don't think he liked the body language, or he's going to make the change.
He did. He's going to make the change. So that will be it for Tremaine. Both starters already gone today. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll have the new pitcher for California when we return. 6-1 Bears as you listen to the ACC tournament from Learfield.
Whether it's on the baseball diamond or at your home, it's important to have your bases covered by someone you trust. Lucky for Deacon fans, Sutton Brothers has you covered at home. Heating and air, covered. Electrical, covered. Plumbing, that's right, covered. At Sutton Brothers, one call does it all. A proud partner of the Deacs, trust the locally owned and operated experts at Sutton Brothers for your home's comfort and emergency needs. Remember, one call and Sutton Brothers has your heating, air, plumbing, and electrical bases covered.
For up-to-date breaking news on the Deacs, there's no better source than GoDeacs.com, the official website of Wake Forest Athletics. GoDeacs.com provides detailed content of results of all Deacon sports teams, with innovative photos, live game and coaches show broadcasts, and in-depth interviews about the Deacons. GoDeacs.com is your complete online source for sports news when you just have to know. Visit GoDeacs.com and make it your homepage each time you log on to the internet. Go to the source. GoDeacs.com.
Well, back to Durham, and Cal has gone to the bullpen, and out comes David Shaw for his 19th appearance. He is 0-4 on the year, Larry, and an ERA north of 7.
Yeah, and the comparison to him is Slim Johnston from the Wake Forest side. Long and tall and lanky. The senior will throw a fastball, slider, and a changeup. Get the fastball up to about 90 miles per hour, 80 with the change. Extreme right third base side of the rubber. And watching Cole Tremaine as he walked off and carried his glove the length of the dugout bench, there was some leather paying the price for an early removal for Tremaine down in the tunnel underneath this stadium. But Mike New wasting no time going into his bullpen. You know, why not? You got to get by today. Meanwhile, on the Wake Forest side, Joe Ariola has gone down to the Wake Forest bullpen just to get a little bit more throwing in to keep himself loose.
Well, Shaw is out in relief. The big 6'7" senior has pitched at Texas, has pitched at Rice. He's a native of Houston, so the big, tall Texan is out. Scannell remains at the plate. And the first pitch, a fastball that's inside and high. The count now 2 balls and no strikes. You and I thought it was 2-0 before that pitch. Guess not. Shaw ready, big tall lefty, 2-0. Fastball not close, 3-0. There are 2 outs, 2 on. Deacs have a run back, trail 6-1 here.
For Shaw, man, you're asking for trouble.
Count is 3 balls and no strikes. And the pitch right down the heart of the plate with a fastball, 3-1. That was a good pitch to hit. Scannell might have had the take on, I don't know.
Probably 3-0, you got to make him throw you a strike.
That was a good pitch. 3-1, low, bases loaded after the walk.
Well, and now you're getting into the meat part of the Wake Forest order. And these guys can do damage in a hurry for you when they've got people on base ahead of them.
Bases loaded, 2 outs with the shortstop, Merrick Houston, who flied out to left back in the first inning. Looks at a first pitch, fastball inside, ball 1. And Shaw in for Tremaine at pitcher, can't find the plate. Nowhere to put Houston. 1-0 pitch, not close, way outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Hawk is at third, Williams at second, Scannell at first, 2 outs, and Wake trails by 5 here in the bottom of the second inning. And now Shaw steps off the rubber, and here comes a visit from the dugout.
Bodeshma again, and it's 27 walks in 46 innings, 46 and 2/3 innings for Shaw. And you know when your pitching coach comes out and tells the infield, just stay off, I'm going to have a little conversation with my hurler here. The message usually is pretty pointed.
Well, Shaw has thrown 6 pitches, 5 of them off the plate. The bases are loaded here. The Bears have a 5-run lead. Great chance, for Cal to jump on Wake 6-0, but even with 2 outs, the Bears are in a pickle right here.
They were feeling great about life about 15 minutes ago, and all of a sudden they're in big trouble.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball is a late called strike. That was a very delayed call behind the plate, and it's 2-1. I'm not saying that it was wrong, but it was delayed. And now home plate umpire Chris Ward walks out from behind the plate. There's something going on down the right field line.
All the umpires leaned out that way and were making a sign to go back, but nobody moved anything. Houston thought that pitch was inside.
Mike Jarboe down at first base took a stroll down the first base line, but ready to go. Here's the 2-1. That's low again, not close.
Now that makes it really easy.
It's 3 balls and a strike to Houston with the bases loaded and 2 outs for Wake here in the bottom of the second.
And for Houston, it's got to be middle of your favorite spot on a tee.
And here's the 3-1 pitch. Fastball foul back to the screen. That was right down the heart of the plate.
And he had a good swing at it.
So now the count is full. 2 outs. And we start the merry-go-round right here. With Wake Forest trailing 5-1. 6-1. Here in the second inning. Payoff pitch. And Houston swung at ball 4, popped it out of play. That was high and outside, but close enough that the Deacons shortstop said,
Had umpires miss him before on me out there. I think I'll just flip this one out there.
Pretty good bat control there to get a piece of that one. Another 3-2 from Shaw is due. And here it is on the way. That is fouled out of play. That was a low fastball, and Houston just did get a piece of it.
And the odds start swinging more and more into Houston's favor now.
6-1 California. Bottom of the second, Wake with the run in, bases loaded, 2 outs. The 3-2 pitch is going to be a throw to second actually now, as Shaw careens off the mound with a throw. Everybody's safe.
Reach into the bag of tricks, hoping somebody's not paying attention. Not going to happen with Bill Salento in the third base coaching box.
Shaw, the big tall Texan, with a 3-2 pitch. Fastball ripped down the right field side, and that'll score at least 1. Here comes another 2-run single off the bat of Merrick Houston. And Wake right back in the fight. It's 6-3 now.
And quite honestly, that ball might have been about the same spot as the pitch he fouled off. Maybe a little bit more in the strike zone, but a great job by Houston realizing the ball's away from him. Let's use one of my strengths and go the opposite way, and rips it sharply into right field, and Wake Forest is right back in the game.
Houston now with 57 runs driven in, and the Deacons have cut the deficit in half. It was 6-0 as the bottom of the second began. Now it's 6-3.
And that was ball 4, but Wake Forest gets 2 instead of just 1 on the base hit.
Scannell on the hit, advanced to third, so runners on the corners for Cade Lewis, who was hit by a pitch back in the first inning.
Breaking ball in the dirt wouldn't hurt.
Shaw is ready. There's a fastball at the knees for a strike. Good pitch. Cal got all of its runs in the top of this inning, 6. Now Wake with 3 to answer. Here's the 0-1, and that hits Lewis. Second time today that he's been plunked at the plate, and that one hurt. He's down and in the dirt. And he gets up, fights through it, and goes down to first base.
He's still in a lot of pain, though. Gets a couple steps past first base and bends over. Pitch just kept riding in on him.
So now Wake has the bases loaded with the cleanup hitter, Jack Winay, who struck out looking to win the first. Strikeout victim of the starter, Cole Tremaine. Now Shaw in relief. And Winne with 3 on and 2 outs climbs in there.
Nobody throwing in the Cal bullpen.
Fastball outside, ball 1.
What a great answer for Wake Forest.
Ooh. As Shaw and the Bears just hanging on right now, trying to survive the bottom of the second. Again, there are 2 outs. 6-3 Cal. Here's the 1-0. Off-speed swing and a miss, 1-1. Winne has struck out 44 times this year. And here's the 1-1. That's on the ground to shortstop. Throw to first, a long one scooped over there at the bag by Spaldino. That was a terrific play, and the side finally retired. But Wake comes back with 3. On to the third we go with a score. Cal 6 and Wake Forest 3.
Whether it's on the baseball diamond or at your home, it's important to have your bases covered by someone you trust. Lucky for Deacon fans, Sutton Brothers has you covered at home. Heating and air, covered. Electrical, covered. Plumbing, that's right, covered. At Sutton Brothers, one call does it all. A proud partner of the Deeks, trust the locally owned and operated experts at Sutton Brothers for your home's comfort and emergency needs. Remember, one call and Sutton Brothers has your heating, air, plumbing, and electrical bases covered.
It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box, so let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Top of the third here in Durham. Wake Forest assistant basketball coach Mike Muse has made an appearance at the ballpark. And I said, how are we doing? He said, we will have a team and play next year in basketball. How about that?
There you go. They're going to show up.
Well, it was 6-0 Cal. Now the Deeks with 3 to answer, and it's 6-3 as we go to the third. First couple of innings took about an hour and 10 minutes. Larry's got the photos out, taking photos. It'll be Handren, Campbell, and Burge for California. Hitters 6, 7, and 8. Areola remains on the mound for Wake, the lefty in relief of Lunsford. First pitch to Handren off the plate, ball 1. Handren doubled in a couple and scored himself back in that 6-run second inning. 1-0 was hit on the ground to the first baseman, Winne, and Handren is retired. Winne makes the play himself. 1 away. Good start for Areola and the Deeks here in the top of the third inning. Here's Campbell, the third baseman. Singled and scored in the second. Areola ready. And kicks and deals. Fastball is hit to deep left field. Back to the wall goes Costello, makes the running catch. Fine play in front of that huge wall in left. Had he not made that catch, it would have been at least 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, no question about that if it had gotten over him. But he got a pretty good jump on it. He's not the fastest Wake Forest player, but he made a terrific catch, and he is some kind of fired up, which adds a little bit more momentum to the Wake Forest side.
He leapt up mid-stride and just did make the catch in front of the wall. 2 down now for Burge, the catcher, with nobody on.
Bumped the wall and knocked his sunglasses off.
Burge walked and scored back in the second inning. Areola deals with a fastball inside, ball 1.
Tell you, Costello's a pretty well-built young man, too. He left his mark on the wall, I'll bet.
He let everybody know it when he made that catch. He was fired up, as you said. 1-0 from Areola is on the way. Look out. Breaking ball That was a big sweeper. Ends up on the outside of the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. That could have even hit Burge. That was a big, big bender. And now Burge ahead in the count, 2-0. Arriola is ready. Fastball sails high, 3 balls and no strikes.
Good quick inning would get back in the dugout. Be a huge opportunity for Wake Forest.
2 outs, nobody on, 6-3 Cal. Top of the third. Arriola with the 3-0. Wow. Way high. Walked him on 4 pitches.
Second walk of the day for Burge, and he hasn't been challenged much at all.
So Burge walks. Here's Kodama. Drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the second inning. Arriola now from the stretch. Shoves for home. Fastball outside, ball 1.
Josh Gunther up again in the Wake Forest bullpen, so it's time to throw strikes. Left-hander on deck.
First walk given up by Arriola. And the 1-0. That almost hits the batter. Spun him around. 2 balls and no strikes. And now Arriola can't find the plate.
2 outs on just a couple of pitches, and all of a sudden home plate starts moving around and doing its dance.
Is it out to the mound by the catcher, Keenan.
Tom Walter now out of the Wake dugout. And there's the sign.
Yep, going to have a pitching change. Arriola is out. We'll take a quick timeout. And the new Deacon pitcher on the other side. As you listen to Wake Baseball from Learfield.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes. But one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
Well, Arriola is out. Josh Gunther is in. 24th appearance out of the bullpen. 1-3 on the year with a 3.33 ERA. Not a big guy. 5'11". Sophomore out of Fairhope, Alabama.
Stocky and a hard thrower. He's been in some closing situations, done a little bit of everything for Wake Forest. Situation with Arriola, probably more a pitch count type situation. He threw 34 pitches, half of them for strikes, but his first inning, there were a lot of high leverage pitches, which puts a little bit more strain and stress, and the coaching staffs have all the pitches marked for all the appearances that their players have made all season long, and you know that there comes a point where each guy has an area where his performance starts dipping according to what he has done. So I would imagine that's mostly a pitch count type of a thing.
I think I might have said Arriola had walked 1. He walked a couple. And now Gunther is in. 1 on, 2 outs, top of the third. 6-3 Cal in the lead here. Single elimination event. Now, after the pod system for a number of years, here's Kodama. Again, with a sacrifice fly to his credit today, drove in a run. back in the first inning, takes a strike. 2-1.
And if you listen to Tom Walter talking about the pod system versus the single game elimination, he was not a big fan of the current process.
2 balls and a strike. Gunther from the stretch comes home with a fastball, foul back to the screen, 2-2.
As always, Tom Walter looking a little bit deeper into how many games can I get my guys, and let's play more baseball, and let's get ready for the regionals.
Yeah, and there's the conversation about the league and how many teams get in. What kind of event's going to help the ACC get more teams in? Here's the 2-2 pitch. Runner goes. Nope, just a deke over there at first base from Burge.
Good bluff. Yeah, and so the conversation very quickly becomes, if you've got teams on the bubble and they lose their first game, what does that do to their chances to get into the regional?
Pitch was off the plate, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Bet he's going now.
Does take off, 3-2. Swing and a miss at the fastball. And Kadama out on strikes. Cal strands a runner here in the top of the third. We go to the bottom of the inning. 6-3 Bears over the Deacs as you listen to Wake Forest Baseball at the ACC Tournament from Learfield.
Whether it's a big-time win or you're making a comeback, a Legacy Federal Credit Union is on your team. Need a car loan or want to switch to a free checking account? How about consolidating your student loans or starting that business you always wanted? At a Legacy, we help our members pursue their goals and achieve financial wins. Member-owned and focused, we're proud to offer personal guidance that helps you keep a healthy perspective on your finances through good times, tough times, and even game time. Learn more today at alegacy.org.
He bounces out to the right, gets a block, dives at the 2, into the end zone, down to our right. Touchdown, Wake Forest.
Wake Forest football season tickets are on sale now. Don't miss a minute of the action as the Deacs take the field this fall under new head coach Jake Dickert. Season ticket options start at just $149. Get your tickets today at godeaks.com/tickets and join us in Deaktown. We'll see you at a Legacy Stadium this fall to kick off the Jake Dickert era of Wake Forest football. Go Deacs!
We've reached the bottom of the third inning here in Durham with Cal on top of Wake right now, 6-3 in the ACC tournament. Cal an easy winner yesterday over Miami. Wake's first game of the tournament today. The winner of this game gets number 1 Georgia Tech tomorrow at 3 o'clock. For the Wakes, for the Deacs rather, Costello, Wentz, and Hawk here in the bottom of the third. Wind starting to blow a little bit.
Yeah,
got to batten down the hatches. We're outside under the overhang. I'm looking for the birds.
Yeah, moved away from the
pigeons.
Stan Cotton Memorial Pigeon.
2 years ago, got dumped on by the pigeons right in the middle of a double, I think it was.
Literally dumped on?
Right on my scorebook. And I have a different one now, thanks to Larry. Here's Costello, flied out to left in the second inning. First pitch swung on and missed, strike 1. 9 o'clock start this morning. Quarterfinal round tomorrow. Here's the 0-1 swing and a miss. Fastball, 0-2. Shaw remains out there in relief of Tremaine. Big, tall Texan, 6'7".
Turn sideways, you might miss him.
His team up 3. 0-2 is low and inside. A ball and 2 strikes. Shaw's third school, as we mentioned. Houston native. Looks into Burge for the sign in the 1-2. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Ball off the plate on the outside corner. Costello out on strikes. There's 1 away.
Good running fastball for Shaw. Started it on the outer part and just let it take off.
Shaw's first strikeout. Now Wentz, who started Wake's second inning off with a home run. Started the scoring off anyway. It was a 1-out solo homer. Deacs got 3 back, and it's 6-3. Fastball up and away, ball 1. Wentz, the number 6 hitter in the Tom Walter lineup here today. 1-0 pitch Low in the zone, but in for a strike. Right at the knees. 1-1. Zone's kind of fluctuated a little bit today.
It's moved to different areas.
1-1 pitch. That's low, but too low this time. 2 balls and a strike. These two teams have never met one another, ever, in baseball. Here's the 2-1. Check swing did not go. The appeal made. 2 balls and a strike.
And I had the opportunity to
change that 3-1.
Had the opportunity to talk to both pitching coaches, and they freely admitted they didn't know a heck of a lot about the other team. They were working feverishly
into the night
to get some viewing in to see.
3-1 pitch hit into the air, popped up out of play.
It was really kind of funny because both of them said, "I don't have a lot of time, Larry," and both of them gave me about 4 times the amount of time they said they had. So,
well, Corey Muscara talked to us this morning for half hour over coffee.
He can do that.
3-2 pitch. That's inside, ball 4. 1 out walk as Wentz will trot down to first base. Second walk given up by Shaw. And now Austin Hawk, who walked and scored last inning. Bright sunshine again right now here in Durham. Had some clouds moving in and out, showers this morning. Shaw from the stretch, pitch ripped into left center for a base hit. Rounding second is Wentz. He will dig for third. Now digging for second, and in on the headfirst slide is Hawk. And the Deeks, with 1 out, have runners at second and third now for the catcher, Jimmy Keenan.
Well, Austin Hawk has been red hot the last 6 weeks or so of this season, and the power numbers have been just incredible. He put a fire in that ball, hitting it in the left center field, and a good job by Wentz going first to third. Not a minute of hesitation.
I don't think Hawk maybe slowed down either.
Now,
both were on a dead sprint. First base open as Keenan stands in. He struck out swinging back in the second inning.
Big opportunity again for the Deeks.
With 1 out, here's the pitch off the plate for ball 1. Wentz down at third had taken several strides toward home plate. Campbell playing behind him down the line. Here's the pitch. That's low. 2 balls, no strikes. Inning started off with a Costello strikeout. Wentz walked. Now Hawk has doubled. Great chance to pick up some more runs here for the Deeks in the home half of the third inning.
And pretty much have to. You can't squander opportunities.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball up and away. 3 balls, no strikes. With Williams on deck. Keenan hits in the 8 hole here today. Way ahead in the count, 3-0. And the pitch, ball 4, walked him on 4 pitches. Bases now loaded with 1 away.
And again made it easy for Keenan to just stand and watch.
Third walk given up by Shaw with action in the Cal bullpen. Number 9 hitter Javar Williams will stand in. He was hit and scored back in the second inning when the Deeks got 3 and cut the deficit in half. Still 6-3 Cal. Wake threatening here with 1 away. And Williams climbs in. The pitch on the ground to first. The throw comes to home plate for the out. Now the throw down to first, trying for the double play, not in time. But Cal gets the lead runner, and now they're 2 away.
Smaldino was in front of the base, actually, and did a good job coming up with a throw, but then the throw from the catcher, Burge, down to first base was a little bit toward the foul side of the line, and now Mike New is out of the dugout to have a conversation to see if possibly Javar Williams interfered with that and making sure that he touched the orange base that we have down at first base as the secondary base.
Six other base runners advancing 90 feet. Hawk down to third and Keenan to second.
Well, no question that Javar Williams tagged the base, the orange base, which is what you have to do. But I think they're saying that he might have swerved in toward the baseline of the first base.
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did either, and I don't think that they have anything to hang their head on, but they're going to have a look at it. I don't see any way that this can be overturned.
Don't see many 3, 2, and then back to either 3 or 4 for the double play. But that's what Cal was trying to do. The Bears, again, get the lead runner to keep the score at 6-3, get the out total to 2. I don't think this appeal's going anywhere.
The other thing about this play is, if I remember right from the replay, he hit the bag with his left foot instead of his right foot. And to get your left foot to hit the base on the outside part of the line, you would be in that slot. Smart play to cut off the lead runner at home plate, though.
Yeah, that's what you had to do first, right?
Yep.
I mean, here comes the call there by safe. That's what we thought. So the bases are still loaded. Williams down to first to get on the play. Keenan to second. And Hawk to third. Wentz was out at the plate on the throw from first base. Top of the Deacon order now, Matt Scannell. 0 for 1 with a walk. Hawks ready. Pitch is kind of flared to first for the out. Small Dino there to make the catch, and Wake comes up empty here in the bottom of the third after getting the bases loaded. On to the fourth, still 6-3 Cal, as you listen to Wake Baseball at the ACC Tournament from Learfield.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
For up-to-date breaking news on the Deacs, there's no better source than GoDeacs.com, the official website of Wake Forest Athletics. GoDeacs.com provides detailed content of results of all Deacon sports teams, with innovative photos, live game and coaches show broadcasts, and in-depth interviews about the Deacons. GoDeacs.com is your complete online source for sports news when you just have to know. Visit GoDeacs.com and make it your homepage each time you log on to the internet. Go to the source, GoDeacs.com.
On to the fourth inning. Still 6-3 Cal here at the ACC tournament. Gunther remains out on the mound for Wake. Third pitcher of the day for Wake. Lunsford, the starter, went an inning, gave up 5 runs on 3 hits. All of those runs were earned. Areola in relief went 1 2/3. Gave up an earned run. And now Gunther's in there. He's pitched a third of an inning. Got the strikeout.
Be a great inning for Gunther to take the bull by the horns, as it were, and have a good quick inning for Wake Forest, because that momentum, that was a little bit of a momentum killer, not scoring that last half inning.
Top of the Cal order here to start the fourth. Advincula, the second baseman, popped out, been hit by a pitch and scored. And first pitch hops in front of the plate, ball 1.
Gunther had a little trouble with his landing zone and fell off to the side a little bit awkwardly.
I see you still stand when you broadcast.
Yeah.
Gonna get a crick in my neck.
Get too comfortable sitting.
Here's the 1-0. Fastball hit on the ground right side, right at Winne. He'll make the play himself, 1 away.
Have you always been a sitter?
Yeah.
In your career, yeah.
I got so much stuff over here. It's hard to take care of all the stuff when you're staying. You know, I'm flying the ship over here.
Yes, you are.
I'm in the cockpit.
You're flying the mothership. Yes, you are.
I pushing all the buttons, all that kind of stuff. One away. Here's Mutsaritas. 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. Offers at the first pitch, fouls it off his foot.
What?
You know, you look really, really tall as I sit down here.
Not as tall as I used to be.
And you're a foot away from me. It's like you're looking over my shoulder. I feel
We are a little close in here, aren't we?
Kind of tight. Good spot, though.
You got all this gear going. I got my 1x1 square foot area to work in here.
Finally ready for the 0-1. Gunther looks in, and the pitch is ripped into center field for a base hit. Mutsaritas on base for the second time today with a 1-out single.
A little bit of extension. Got the hands out. Hit it back up the middle.
Fifth base hit of the day for the Bears. Wake has 3. And now Smaldino. 0 for 2 with a ground out and a pop out. And the pitch fouled away.
Plus, I'll be honest with you, the area that I sit on was getting a little bit uncomfortable on these very thinly padded seats.
Are you complaining?
Nope.
That's a free seat.
I'm commenting.
You got free vittles.
Yeah.
A free seat.
Good ball game, too.
Yeah. 6-3 Cal. Runner goes on the 0-1. Pitch is high. Throw down to second. Not in time. Mutsaritas steals. And he's in scoring position with 1 away, and the count at the plate, a ball and a strike.
Mutsaritas did the beginning of the splits as he tried to keep that foot on second base. The hand went by, but he kept the foot on.
Second steal of the day for the Bears. 1-1 to Smaldino is off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Top of the 4th inning here in Durham. 6-3 California. Bears won over Miami yesterday, knocking the Hurricanes out. First game of the tournament for Wake today is the number 8 seed. 2-1 low in the dirt, 3 balls and a strike. And Gunther showing some uneasiness out on the mound right now.
And again, he had some trouble with his landing spot, so he goes out and he kicks at the dirt a little bit. Of course, Wake Forest used to pitching on turf. Even their mound is turf at the couch.
3 balls and a strike to the Bear first baseman Smaldino. With a runner at second, 1 away, and a 6-3 lead for Cal. 3-1 pitch. Smaldino takes a cut at a high fastball. Missed it by a foot, 3-2.
Yeah, he was trying to hit it into the buffet table at Tobacco Road.
He was, which is a good spot.
Bunch of deeks over there this morning, I'll bet.
Payoff from Gunther. Fastball fouled out of play. We contemplated dinner there last night until we passed the free buffet here.
Yeah, until they told you the price of eating at the ballpark in the press room.
Hey, I got to save the mothership some cash, right?
You do.
3-2 pitch from Gunther's on the way. Fastball is hit on the ground, left side, deep in the hole. Houston, no throw. It was that deep, and an infield single for Smaldino.
Well, and it was going to be a borderline play at first base if he had been able to get rid of it, but he bobbled it just a little bit, and as soon as he did that, he stuck the ball in his back pocket, and that's a good call. Because as soon as you start to hurry it and rush it, something goes south on you. So instead, keep the man at first. You got first and second, 1 out, double play still in order.
Mutsaritas had to stay put at second base, so Cal with runners at first and second. 1 away for French at the plate. First pitch is hit to the second baseman. Hall comes up throwing to second for the out. No throw to first, so no double play. Down to third goes Mutsaritas. and there are 2 down.
Now, that was a bullet hit to Hawk. He made a really nice play to come up with this ball and still get the force at second base. That ball was hit very firmly, and Hawk got it falling back just a little bit, made sure of 1 at second.
So now for California, runners on the corners and 2 down for Schmidt, who's been hit by a pitch, scored and struck out today. Gunther is ready, trying to shut the door on Cal's 4th inning. Breaking ball outside, ball 1.
And here the unfamiliarity of the Cal team comes into play. Are they a team that likes trick plays? Might they try a first, third steal?
Gunther comes set, going to throw to first over there. Back is French.
Corey Muscara calls for the throw over while Luke Schmolke begins throwing in the Wake Forest bullpen.
Count a ball and no strikes to the hitter Schmidt, with runners on the corners, again 2 away. 6-3 Cal lead here in the 4th inning. Fastball is in at the knees for a strike at 94 miles an hour, 1-1.
That's a good pitch usually, 94 at the knees.
I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know from personal experience either, but they tell me it is. I saw something like that.
1-1 to the plate. That sails high on him at 95 miles an hour, 2-1.
Get that little adrenaline going.
Utsaritas for California down at third base. Jacob French down at first. 2 down, top of the 4th, 6-3 California. And the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. At a high fastball, 2-2. Big cut by the Bear left fielder Carl Schmidt, who hits in the number 5 spot. He digs back in there, and Gunther shoves home with the 2-2. Fastball just nicked and fouled over the right side by Schmidt to stay alive.
A good pitch by Gunther right there.
He's got the baseball back and is ready for another 2-2 offering. And here it comes in the dirt, 3-2.
And once again, he looks down at the dirt in front.
And kicks it around a little bit more.
Keenan makes a sign over to first that the runner's going to be going.
It's a high sky right now, bright sunshine. And the 3-2 pitch sails high on him, fastball out of the zone. And a 2-out walk. Gunther's first. And now Cal with a bases loaded and 2 away. And Handren, who doubled home to back in the 2nd, is at the plate. It's also grounded out to first. Nowhere to put him. First pitch sails high, ball 1.
Goes off speed on him, but misses.
Mutsaritas at third. French now at second with the walk to Schmidt, who's at first. And the 1-0 pitch. That sails high, ball 2. That was a fastball that got away from him. 6-3 Cal. The Bears threatening here with 2 outs in the top of the 4th with the bases loaded. And the count 2-0 at the plate. Here's the pitch. Popped up. Should be playable. Here's Keenan behind the plate. Comes in, runs into the third baseman Lewis. Still makes the catch, and that retires the side. Wake Forest very fortunate there as Keenan and Lewis don't communicate effectively, but Keenan makes the catch, and the side is retired. No damage done. We go to the bottom of the 4th with a score still. Cal 6, Wake Forest 3, as you listen to Demon Deacon Baseball at the ACC tournament from Learfield.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes, but one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schasberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Wake Forest Baseball brought to you by Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering care. Visit truist.com/care today. Truist Bank, member FDIC. Well, pretty good baseball game here. We reached the bottom of the fourth. Each team starting to stack up stranded base runners.
That's not the category you want to lead in the game.
13 total. Deacs have stranded 7, the Bears 6.
Yeah, but it's the bottom of the fourth already.
And for Wake, it'll be Houston, Lewis, and Winne. Shaw still on the mound for Cal. There was timeout call before that pitch by someone. I'm not sure whom.
I think it was the first base umpire, and I think that was a music timeout. The music was still playing in the stadium.
Okay.
And I think that we got a quick timeout call from Mike Jarbeau over at first base.
Houston squares to bunt, takes a strike. Drove in a couple of runs with the double back in the second inning. He's 1 for 2. Actually, a 2 RBI single. Here's the 1-1 breaking ball swing and a miss right through it, 1-2.
By the way, that collision that ended the inning between Lewis and Keenan in front of the Wake dugout, somebody's got to be calling one of the guys off, and it's usually the pitcher that has to do that.
1-2 is outside, 2-2.
Now, as close as you are to the dugout right there, you might hear your head coach's voice penetrating through, but there could be a lot of yelling. But I was always taught as a pitcher, go over there and this ball's fouled down the right field side out of the stadium. Was always taught, go over there and tackle the guy if you have to.
Yeah.
See who's calling it, see who's got the best angle.
Yeah, you
move
take
the other guy.
You take control.
Or Jimmy. Yeah, the pitcher's got to take control of that situation.
Ball and 2 strikes to Houston. Pitch to the plate. Foul back another one. How good is Merrick Houston?
Very.
Been fun to watch him develop, Larry, since he got into town.
It really has, to watch him mature and grow into the role that he plays on this team, along with the talents that he's got.
1-2 is outside and low. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Team leader, watching Jack Winne and Merrick Houston leading the exercises in the outfield this morning and thinking back a few years ago when they were just puppies.
Shaw is ready. Here's his 2-2. That's touched foul over the right side. Good back control again by Merrick Houston.
Veteran move to just flick it off that way.
Yeah. Close enough where he couldn't let it go, but didn't think he could get it in play.
Expected to be the next first-round draft pick from the Wake Forest team.
2-2 is in the air, pretty deep left. Back is Schmidt at the track, and right in front of the wall makes the catch. Second time that Houston has flied out to left here today, and there's one down.
Close but no cigar. Ooh. Gave it a ride, and the ball was in the air a long time. But just a step in front of the wall.
That one didn't have the sound, did it?
No.
Crack of the bat.
Didn't pop.
So one down for Lewis, who's been hit twice. You'll know he's played a game later on today.
Yeah, the second one really hurt, too.
Yeah.
First one barely grazed him.
First pitch, that's inside. A ball and no strikes.
Speaking of first-round draft picks, Nick Kurtz hit his the second home run of his career.
How good is he going to be?
First at home.
Huh?
Yeah, he's going to be very, very good.
Yeah, he is.
Long time.
1-0 is Pull foul. A ball and a strike. Brock Wilkins had a good year so far.
I believe he had another home run last night.
Bottom of the fourth, 1-1 is the count to the hitter. 6-3 is the score. Cal on top of Wake. Pitch is off the plate, 2 balls and a strike. Shaw has already walked 3 in his relief appearance today. Here's the 2-1. That's inside. 3 balls and a strike. Cal got all 6 of its runs in the second. Wake got 3 back in the same inning. 3-1 is popped up shallow left. Coming in, the left fielder Schmidt to call off Mutsaritas and Campbell at short and third for the out, and they're 2 down.
Schmidt really took charge of that play.
Yeah, he did.
And yes, Brock Wilkins did get another home run for the Biloxi Shuckers.
Thought I'd seen his name up on the Twitter lights this past week. Don't check Twitter as much as I used to.
I don't either. Purposely.
A lot of reasons why. 2 down now for Winne, who's 0 for 2. Looked at strike 3 in the first inning, grounded out to short in the second inning. 2 outs, nobody on. Takes a cut at the first pitch, fouls it away.
You know who else had a good night last night? Speaking of the Pro Deeks, Chase Burns.
Oh, okay.
Went 5 innings in AA, couple of hits, a run, a walk, and you want to guess how many strikeouts? Yeah, he had 7 in 5 innings. Had 8 his previous 2 games.
Ho-hum, right?
Yeah.
With him. 0-1 from Shaw, wildly high and away, a ball and a strike.
Only 1 an inning, 1 plus.
Yeah. We're in the bottom of the fourth. 2 outs, nobody on for the Deeks, who trail 6-3 to Cal. And the 1-1. That is swung on, line to center. Hard charging is Kodama, but he has to tap the brakes there. That lands in front of him for the base hit. Winne's got his first hit of the day. 2 out single will make way for Luke Costello, who's 0 for 2 himself.
But 1, 2, 3 innings have been hard to come by in the ACC this year.
Lunsford got one to start the game against Cal here today, as Costello stands in. First pitch swung on and missed, strike 1. Costello has flied out and struck out today. Winne down at first after the base hit. There are 2 outs. Houston flied out. Lewis popped out. And that's where we are. Now a little chat between Costello and Salento. Mr. William out there, of course, coaches third for Wake, and he's got his cap off, or his hat. That's an actual hard hat. Had that off as he talked to his hitter.
Reminiscent of Omaha with a little conversation with Bennett Lee, who then got a big hit. Bennett Lee got rained out with the West Michigan Whitecaps last night.
0-1 the count to Costello, to the lefty Shaw, and here's the pitch. Took a little off a fastball there, 0-2. Swung on and missed.
Good pitch by Shaw.
Yeah, big 6'7" Texan out there in relief for California with a 6-3 lead. And ahead in the count, 0-2. That is popped up. Foul ground right side, going to be a tough play if it stays in play, and it will for Advincula, who makes the catch in front of his dugout, and the side is retired. Wake strands another. We go to the 5th. Still 6-3 Cal as you listen to the ACC tournament and Wake Forest baseball from Lear Field.
You're listening to Demon Deacon Baseball exclusively on the Wake Forest Game Day app, Varsity Network app, and GoDeeks.com all season long. To join our roster of corporate partners as the Deeks push for another trip to Omaha, call Wake Forest Sports Properties today at 336-896-9719. That's 336-896-9719. Go Deeks!
For up-to-date breaking news on the Deacs, there's no better source than GoDeaks.com, the official website of Wake Forest Athletics. GoDeaks.com provides detailed content of results of all Deacon sports teams, with innovative photos, live game and coaches show broadcasts, and in-depth interviews about the Deacons. GoDeaks.com is your complete online source for sports news when you just have to know. Visit GoDeaks.com and make it your homepage each time you log on to the internet. Go to the source, GoDeaks.com.
Back to start the fifth inning here in Durham. Still 6'3" Cal. Luke Schmolke on the mound now for Wake Forest. 5'11" junior and a Georgia Tech one-timer. The winner of this game gets Georgia Tech tomorrow. What's he got?
He would love to see Georgia Tech tomorrow, I'm sure. He's been arguably one of the most successful pitchers on the staff this year. He's been very consistent, done a number of different things. Long, short, started a game. Good fastball, a couple of different breaking balls that have really funky spin and make them very difficult. He's got one breaking ball that goes almost straight down. Will remind you of Cole Rowland when you see him pitch a little bit with that one strange pitch that goes straight down, and even when hitters know it's coming, they can't catch up to it.
Schmolke's 24th appearance. He has one start on the year. He's 3-1 with a 3.89 ERA. He gets the bottom of the Cal order here in the sixth. Starting, it's not late, but,
it's getting late middle.
We're moving along. 6-3 Cal, and it's been that way since the second inning. All 9 runs today came in that inning. We talked about the stranding of runners. Wake 8, Cal 6. For the Bears here, Campbell, Birds, and Kadama. Campbell will lead it off with a 1 for 2 days so far with a single and a run scored. First pitch off the plate, ball 1. Off speed pitch. From Schmolke. Works from the stretch. Kind of lobs one in there. Lifted into left center field. Fairly shallow for Williams, one away. That one just kind of floated in there. Floated in, floated out.
But it had good spin on it, taking it down.
So one out for Birds, the catcher, who's walked twice, scored a run.
Good to see the operations staff from Wake Forest sitting just in front of us down the left field line.
Squares to bunt, lets it go by, ball 1. Number 8 hitter in the Bear lineup, Alex Burge. Catching today. 1-0. Breaking ball inside. 2 balls and no strikes. The ACC has chucked the pod system. If you lose once in this tournament, you're done. Pod is out the window. 2-0 pitch. That is inside. Another breaking ball. 3 balls and no strikes.
Say unceremoniously chucked it.
Coaches vote. They sent the pod packing. And Schmolke ready. Here's the 3-0. That's low, and he walked him on 4 pitches. 1 out walk for Burge. He's walked 3 times today.
And walks have not been a big part of Schmolke's game this year.
One on with 1 out for Kadama, the center fielder. Drove in a run back in the second with a sacrifice fly and then struck out in the 3rd inning.
As the 18th of the season to go with 44 strikeouts. And
Kadama is ready. Schmolke is ready, and here's the pitch. That's inside, missed again. 1-0. .385 here to straightaway center. .329 down the right field line. I can't see the left field line from where I'm sitting. Pitch to the plate in for a strike.
Can't see it from where I'm sitting either.
Okay.
Actually.
Big tall wall out there in left field.
It's a fun wall. Creates excitement.
Has today already. 1-1 pitch, off speed, swing and a miss, 1-2.
See, they've got a line scoreboard with ball strikes, scores. Good to see Tal Job in the crowd today, too. I believe he's sitting over in the Wake box.
1-2 from Smokey, off speed, swing and a miss, strike 3. First strikeout for Smokey in relief. There are 2 down. Top of the order for Cal. And top of the order for the Bears with Jaron Advincula, the second baseman, to stand in.
Change up with all kinds of run to it from Smokey. Good pitch.
Advincula has popped out, been hit by a pitch and scored and grounded out. And Smokey's ready. Here we go. Comes set and now delivers. Floats one in, and that is dumped into left center and almost a base hit, but Williams glides over to make the catch. I thought that had a chance to drop, but Williams plays it perfectly. The Bears strand a runner here in the 5th. To the bottom of the 5th inning we go here with the score at Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Cal 6, Wake 3.
Whether it's a big-time win or you're making a comeback, a Legacy Federal Credit Union is on your team. Need a car loan or want to switch to a free checking account? How about consolidating your student loans or starting that business you always wanted? At a Legacy, we help our members pursue their goals and achieve financial wins. Member-owned and focused, we're proud to offer personal guidance that helps you keep a healthy perspective on your finances through good times, tough times, and even game time. Learn more today at alegacy.org.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schasberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box, so let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Stan, Larry, and Talik on the call today. And Wake Forest and California squaring off on this Wednesday morning. First time ever, as we've mentioned several times today, worth noting. And Cal with a 6-3 lead as we hit the bottom of the 5th inning. California with 6 runs on 6 hits, no errors. Even Deacons with 3 runs on 4 hits and no errors. But again, the two combined have stranded 15 base runners today. For Wake, it'll be Wentz, Hawk, and Keenan here in the home half of the 5th. Shaw back out there in relief of the starter Tremaine today. And Wentz is ready. First pitch outside with a fastball, ball 1. Wentz had the home run back in the 2nd inning to get the Deeks off the Schneid. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1.
Comes back off speed, and it was a good pitch. Good arm action. Change-up running down and away.
Wentz homered in the 2nd, walked and was stranded in the 3rd. Popped up this pitch, looks like it's out of play. Small Dino will give chase toward the stands, and it's in the seats. You got to get past about mid-dugout if you're a fan to have a chance at a souvenir here. Everybody else protected by a lot of screening at the ballpark. Starting to warm up a little bit.
Yep.
A little breezy this morning after some showers. We started in the 60s, but we're well into the 70s now. Count is 1-2 to the hitter, Dalton Wentz, who leads off the Demon Deacon 50, or 6'3" Cal. And the 1-2, swing and a miss, strike three, and there's one away.
Well, a couple change-ups back-to-back, and then you zip a 90-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside part, and it looks like 98, and you get a tardy swing.
Second strikeout for Shaw. Here's Hawk, who's walked, scored, and doubled today. Base is empty with one away, and the Bears up 3 here in the 5th inning. Fastball outside, ball 1. And the 1-0 from Shaw, that's high and away, another fastball, 2-0.
Burge held it for a little extra time, but he thought it might have caught the top of the zone.
Cal trying to win for the second day in a row. First game of the event for Wake. Here's the Shaw 2-0. Breaking ball low. 3 balls and no strikes.
Diagram of a big inning. Get some guys from the bottom part of the order on base. Set the table. Let the big guys come in, knock them in.
3-0 is a strike on the outside corner. Fastball this time. Looked like Hawk was taking all the way. Now the 3-1, wild outside, a walk. Second time Hawks walked today. He's been on base 3 times for the Deacs.
And it didn't take long for the bat phone to ring in the Cal bullpen. They got people scrambling it up immediately.
Well, that's walk number 4 given up by Shaw. And now Keenan will stand in there. He walked against Shaw back in the 3rd inning. He's also struck out today. Shaw delivers off speed, swing and a miss, and Keenan wasn't close. Bears with 6 runs, all in the second. Wake with 3 runs, all in the second. We're now in the bottom of the 5th. Bears still leading by 3. The 0-1 pitch outside, a ball and a strike. Wake Forest with 36 wins coming into tournament play. Cal with 23 after a tournament victory yesterday early over Miami. Here's the 1-1. That breaks low. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, and that's a good take there because it was off speed again and it was moving out of the strike zone down low. And Keenan laid off.
Long look in from Shaw to Burge. He delivers the 2-1. There's a fastball strike on the inside corner. That was a good pitch. And it's 2-2.
Same fastball that Merrick Houston didn't like in the 1st inning. That was called a strike too.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Deacon catcher with 1 on and 1 away here in the home half of the 5th inning. Pitch to the plate is fouled back to the netting. Count will remain at 2-2.
So the question is, will they double up with the fastball or will they go back soft?
What do you think?
I think he goes soft.
Keenan at the plate with that close stance and ready. Here's the 2-2. Fastball is fouled again into the screen, 2-2.
He did not, and Keenan had a good swing at it.
Shaw's got the baseball standing on top of the rubber. Checks on the runner, shoves for home with a 2-2. Fastball is grounded foul. Salento can't come up with it. That'll cost him.
Clank.
Big hopper right up in his eyes. Fumbled it away.
Thinking about other things.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Jimmy Keenan. With Hawk down at first for the Deacs. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside by a foot. Full count with one away. Bears by 3 here in the home half of the 5th inning in Durham. 6-3 remains the score. And the payoff pitch. That is fouled out of play. Another fastball. A lot of chatter. A few more fans in the crowd right now, certainly than when the game started at 9 a.m. this morning. We're about 2 hours, 10 minutes into this first ever meeting between the Bears and the Demon Deacs. And another payoff from Shaw is on the way. Fastball again fouled into the screen. Both Shaw and Keenan fighting to stay alive here.
Jim Leyland, whose baseball knowledge I trust implicitly, always said, every pitch you stay alive puts the odds more in your favor as a hitter. That's a variation of what he said. He said it more emphatically than that.
3 balls and 2 strikes to the Deacon catcher. To the plate. Fastball outside, walked him. Back-to-back walks. You got to wonder if that's going to be it for Shaw.
Good at-bat for Keenan.
His 5th walk in relief. After striking out Wentz, he's walked Hawk and now Keenan. Here's Williams to stand in. Number 9 hitter for Wake, who's been hit and reached on a fielder's choice. And at least right now, Shaw is still out there for Cal with a 6-3 lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Might be his last hitter, maybe. We'll see.
You would think.
Pitch to the plate. Look out, Cal dugout. That was pulled foul toward him.
Left-hander on deck, Matt Scannell, and then, of course, Houston to follow him. Right-hander in the bullpen. So could get 2 hitters. Depends on whether or not he finds the strike zone.
Ahead in the count here early, 0-1. And the pitch, breaking ball low and outside, a ball and a strike.
There's the crossfire from Shaw, and a good job by Javar Williams to spit on it, low and outside.
Hawk down at second for Wake, Keenan down at first. Both walked with 1 away. Ball and a strike to the hitter. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed. Another breaking ball, a ball and 2 strikes now the count to Javar Williams. He scored one of Wake's 3 runs back in the second. And now Shaw with a 1-2 pitch. On the way, inside, off speed, swing and a miss, and Williams out on strikes, and they're 2 down.
Went to the change one more time and had it run off the plate on the inside part, just a bit out of the strike zone down. And Williams couldn't hold up, chased it.
So 2 away now in the top of the Deacon order as Scannell comes out there. Burge, the catcher, walks out to the mound. And we'll see if his day will continue. Quick visit, at least by Burge. Scannell last time up hit a little flare to first base, an easy out. He walked in the second and flied out to right field in the first inning. And Shaw will pitch to him with 2 on and 2 outs. To the plate, breaking ball inside, ball 1. From the stretch, the big, tall Houston native Shaw is ready. And the 1-0. Fastball, a slow roller right side. Going to be a tough play for the second baseman, Advincula. The throw is not in time. You could tell from the get-go that was going to be tough. It was a slow roller. And Scannell able to get down to first in time, and everybody's safe. And the bases are loaded with 2 away from Eric Houston.
Yeah, the only way they could have recorded an out if that ball was at second base with Jimmy Keenan running for first or second, but it was too slow even for that play. So when the throw went over to first, you knew it was a base hit.
Yeah, Keenan got a pretty good jump. That's probably going to be it for Shaw, but Keenan got a good jump down towards second. And that certainly helped Wake there. So now the bases are loaded again for Wake. The Deacs have stranded 8 here today, trail by 3. We're assuming this will be it for Shaw. And it will be. So we'll take a quick timeout. We'll have the new California pitcher on the other side as you listen to Wake Forest baseball at the ACC tournament from Learfield.
Whether it's a big-time win or you're making a comeback, a Legacy Federal Credit Union is on your team. Need a car loan or want to switch to a free checking account? How about consolidating your student loans or starting that business you always wanted? At a Legacy, we help our members pursue their goals and achieve financial wins. Member-owned and focused, we're proud to offer personal guidance that helps you keep a healthy perspective on your finances through good times, tough times, and even game time. Learn more today at alegacy.org.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
Well, the new pitcher for Cal is Gavin Eddy, the big 6'5" Californian redshirt freshman, making his 16th appearance here today.
Well, and he takes advantage of that height, and while low release point has become the vogue in the baseball world, Eddie's a little bit more over the top. So he tries to throw the ball downhill, as it were, and gets a steep angle to his fastball. The fastball is going to get about 93 miles per hour. Slider and a curveball, throw the slider more to right-handers. So Merrick Houston can expect to see more of that than the curveball. Which he also throws, and he's got a changeup as well.
Eddie inherits 3 base runners, but 2 outs. But he's got to face Merrick Houston, so there's some good and some bad there if you're Eddie. Houston drove in 2 of Wake's 3 runs back in the second, has flied out twice. And he is out there with the bases loaded. And a 6-3 game count in the lead. First pitch off the plate inside, ball 1.
Just a little bit of run at the end. And if you heard a baseball being thrown, that was Luke Schmolke in the bullpen just staying loose. Threw 2 and decided that was enough.
Now the 1-0 pitch, Eddie's ready. Fastball inside again, 2-0.
Merrick Houston, 7 for 14 with bases loaded this year.
That'll do.
That'll do.
By my count, that's 500.
Still on top of your game.
Yeah. Pitch to the plate. Inside again. Ball 3. Nowhere to put him.
Yeah, he could finish this at bat 7 for 14, and everybody'd be okay with it.
Yeah.
With a left-hander, Cade Lewis on deck.
3 balls and no strikes. And Eddie with the pitch. Low, ball 4, walked him on 4 pitches. RBI at the plate for Houston, and now the deficit is 2 for Wake at 6-4 as Austin Hawk trots in from third base.
And as easy an at-bat as you could hope for with the bases loaded for Merrick Houston.
Houston's third RBI of the day. And now Cade Lewis to the plate. Still 2 outs and still bases loaded. 6-4 Cal. And the pitch, breaking ball drops in for a strike right at the knees for an 0-1 count.
And missed with 4 fastballs. Let's go to plan B. And that ball had some good shape to it. That was a good pitch.
Lewis has been hit twice and popped out today. Here's the 0-1. Another breaking ball fouled at the plate, 0-2.
Yeah, that fooled Lewis. He was sitting on a heater.
Be a big out for Eddie and Cal here with the bases loaded. Base hit would likely tie the game at 6-4 Cal here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And an 0-2 count to Cade Lewis with the bases loaded. Another breaking ball that is blocked nicely by Burge behind the plate. It caroms off of his chest and forward. And so everybody has to stay where they are on the base paths and no run score.
That's a great job by Burge. He came in and attacked the ball that was in the dirt. He saw that it was, so he went forward, which knocked the ball backwards into the field. Tremendous job catching.
Count now 1-2 to the Deacon third baseman. And Eddie from the stretch comes home with a 1-2. Another breaking ball. This one is foul down the right side, pulled hard. Caroms out into right field off the stands, and French has to go out there and retrieve it.
And Matt Wessinger in the first base coaching box barely had time to get his jump in before that ball was by him.
That had some top spin on it. A duck hook off the tee. Count stays a ball and 2 strikes. Here's the Eddie offering. Fastball fouled again. Out of play.
Playing with trouble, though. They wanted the fastball up, and we're trying to keep it away from him. And with that monster out there, Cade Lewis knows what to do with it. He went to left, but foul. Got to believe it's going to be a breaking ball here.
Yeah, I was thinking same thing. Ball and 2 strikes. Bases loaded. 2 outs. 6-4 Cal lead. Here's another fastball outside, and Lewis again fights it off.
It was outside. It was called to be inside, but it was outside.
Count stays 1 ball, 2 strikes to the Deacon third baseman.
And Burge had climbed in behind Cade Lewis, wanting that ball inside.
Lewis was hit in the first, hit in the second, popped out in the 4th inning. Another 1-2 from Eddie. There's a fastball at the knees, caught him looking, strike 3. Terrific pitch. Froze Lewis at the plate, and Wake strands 3 more, but the Deacs get a run. The deficit now 2 as we head to the 6th here in Durham with a score as we take the break. Cal 6, Wake Forest 4.
Whether it's on the baseball diamond or at your home, it's important to have your bases covered by someone you trust. Lucky for Deacon fans, Sutton Brothers has you covered at home. Heating and air, covered. Electrical, covered. Plumbing, that's right, covered. At Sutton Brothers, one call does it all. A proud partner of the Deacs, trust the locally owned and operated experts at Sutton Brothers for your home's comfort and emergency needs. Remember, one call and Sutton Brothers has your heating, air, plumbing, and electrical bases covered. Wake Forest football season tickets are on sale now. The 2025 season kicks off with opening night, August 29th. The remaining schedule includes home games against Big Four rivals NC State and North Carolina and ACC newcomer SMU. Season ticket options start at just $149. Get your tickets today at godeaks.com/tickets and join us in Deaktown. We'll see you at a Legacy Stadium this fall for Wake Forest football. Go Deaks!
And we move along to the 6th inning. Today's game brought to you in part by Dewey's Bakery, an icon of deliciousness, treating you to something special every Monday. Swing by any of their 3 area locations, get a free cake square, no purchase necessary for that. You'll find them whipping up deliciousness at Thruway Shopping Center in Oldham Manor or Friendly Shopping Center. While you're there, check out their array of cakes, pastries, freshly churned ice cream, and even one-of-a-kind gifts. Skip the line, order online at local.deweys.com. It's fast, easy, full of flavor. Dewey's Bakery, celebrating life's sweet moment since 1930.
I can do some damage at Dewey's.
Yeah, it's a lot of sweets. That's a lot of sweets over the years. And Cal hits the top of the sixth here. With 2, 3, and 4 due, here's Mutsaritas standing in. Base hit, RBI today for him. He has struck out, walked, and single. Stole a base as well. Cal got a 6-0 lead, top of the second inning. 0-1 pitch slow. Hits the plate 1-1. Deacs have threatened a lot. Stranded 11, scored 4. Tight game, 2-run game here in the sixth inning. And the 1-1 from Schmolke on the way. Breaks in for a strike.
Yeah, that's the breaking ball that has a little bit of horizontal movement to it instead of purely vertical movement to it.
1-2 the count to the Bears shortstop, Mutsaritas. Schmolke's ready. Fastball high, floats up there out of the zone, 2-2.
Jimmy Keenan wanted it up and away, gave the signal for that. Held the glove up, Schmolke hit it, but outside the strike zone.
Schmolke ready already, 2-2 breaking ball outside. Count now runs full to Mutsaritas. Again, who hits second in this Mike New lineup. Payoff pitch, breaking ball foul down the left field side. Mike New in his 12th season in Berkeley, 8th as the head coach for the Bears. Tom Walter in what year? 15?
16.
16 and 29 overall.
I believe that's right.
Payoff to Mutsaritas. Sails high, ball 4, and a leadoff walk here in the 6th for Cal.
This will be year 30 for the voice of the Deacs in the fall, huh?
Coming up, yeah. Gets away from you.
How about that?
Gets away from you. Well, you've been around for a decade now, so...
Yeah, what are you thinking, letting me hang around for a decade?
I got no other choice. Second walk for Schmolke. Here's Smaldino. We got some all-world names today. There's a called strike.
Thank you for the pregame pronunciation seminar.
Smaldino, a 1 for 3 days so far. 0-1 pitch. Runner goes. There's a stolen base. Second of the day for Mutsaritas. Count at the plate now 1-1. And Mutsaritas in scoring position. Had a great jump on the pitch.
Yeah, he got a walking lead on Schmolke, and Hawk coming in from directly behind second base in the shift. Tried to put the tag on, couldn't.
Here's the 1-1 to Smaldino. Fastball chop foul left side. Bullpen catcher had one job down there. One ball, 2 strikes to the Cal first baseman. Runner at second, nobody out. Top of the 6th. Pitch to the plate, skips in there. Good stop by Keenan. Levels the count 2-2. Now some clouds have rolled in. A little bit cooler than it was half hour ago. And the 2-2 pitch. That breaks low. Another full count. Second ball gets away in the Wake bullpen.
Griffin Green down there throwing. He was starting to throw earlier, so indications were he'd be in for the next inning anyway.
3-2 pitch now is due. And here it comes. way outside, not close. Back-to-back walks to start the inning from Smolky. His third walk of the game.
That's not characteristic of Smolky, and so Corey Mosquera is going to head out to the mound to have a conversation. Talk about how to get the ship righted.
Well, still nobody out for Cal. It's in the 6th inning. You got a 2-run lead. Your cleanup hitter's coming up. He has a couple base hits. You know, there are those would say, I don't care, bunt it.
There are those.
You wouldn't agree with that
I
here.
Would not agree
I wouldn't agree with it here either. I don't take the bat out of my guy's hands at this spot.
Hitting 370.
Yeah, and 2 base hits today.
Yeah.
He's seeing
swinging
it well today.
But
old friend of mine, we called him Old Chuck. Old Chuck back in the day. Oh, he would be foaming at the mouth right now, calling for the bunt. I don't care if you're Henry Aaron right here. You bunt him. That's what Chuck would say. God rest his soul.
Well,
I don't think most would say that.
I tip my hat to the guy. How many did Hank end up hitting?
755? 50, was it 5?
Something like that?
Yeah.
A boatload.
A bunch. Yeah. No, I think obviously, Larry, you swing here with a 2-run lead, nobody out.
You know, you would think, but we don't know their team as well as Mike New knows his team.
No. So here's French. 2 singles reached on a fielder's choice. He's been on base 3 times. First pitch lets it go by for a strike.
Winay is deep at right. Lewis even with the base at third. Houston shifted over behind second and a little bit pulled towards first as Hawk, but deep.
0-1 the count. 2 on, nobody out. Fastball pulled right side, down the line, and fair by the diving Winay. 1 run will score. Runner advances to third. Down to second with the double is French. And Cal gets a run back and leads by 3 again, 7-4.
Just inside the line at first base. Winay gave it a dive and tried to come up with it, but just barely fair. It was a fastball that was inside and moved back to the corner. Good piece of hitting. Sometimes the hitters win. That ball's right down the line. Tom Walters out.
Yeah, nothing Winay could do. He gave it the great effort. That was stung with some topspin, and we'll take a timeout as the Deacons go to the bullpen. New score here in the 6th as we take the break. Cal 7, Wake Forest 4.
Whether it's on the baseball diamond or at your home, it's important to have your bases covered by someone you trust. Lucky for Deacon fans, Sutton Brothers has you covered at home. Heating and air, covered. Electrical, covered. Plumbing, that's right, covered. At Sutton Brothers, one call does it all. A proud partner of the Deeks, trust the locally owned and operated experts at Sutton Brothers for your home's comfort and emergency needs. Remember, one call and Sutton Brothers has your heating, air, plumbing, and electrical bases covered.
For up-to-date breaking news on the Deeks, there's no better source than GoDeeks.com, the official website of Wake Forest Athletics. GoDeeks.com provides detailed content of results of all Deacon sports teams, with innovative photos, live game and coaches show broadcasts, and in-depth interviews about the Deacons. GoDeeks.com is your complete online source for sports news when you just have to know. Visit GoDeeks.com and make it your homepage each time you log on to the internet. Go to the source, GoDeeks.com.
Well, Cal with a run here in the 6th and still nobody out. Wake Forest goes to the bullpen. The Deeks get the former Virginia Tech Hokie Griffin Green to make his 24th appearance today. Green 2-1 on the year, 2.70 ERA.
Hey, Green, another guy that has done everything that you can in this game. He's pitched long Friday nights for the Hokies. He's been a long reliever for Wake Forest, a short man. Changed his delivery part of the way through the season. Had a little hitch with his leg that was a timing mechanism, both for him and against the hitter. But eliminated that about a month or so ago and has been very effective for the Deacs all year long.
Well, those lead-off walks, man. And two of them back-to-back, Mutsaritas and Small Dino, and then French delivers his third RBI of the day. He has 3 base hits in this game. He's got the Deacs figured out. Now Schmidt to the plate for Wake.
390s.
Runners at second and third. And nobody out. Pitch to the plate, not close yet. Gets by Keenan all the way to the screen. Another run scores as Smaldino sprints in from third, and it's 8-4 California.
390s.
So Smaldino scores. French down to third. And 1-0 the count to Schmidt. And the pitch. That's a fastball that's off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. 8-4 Cal, top of the 6th. Here's the 2-0. That rides in on Schmidt. 3 balls and no strikes.
Infield obviously in for Wake Forest with nobody out, man on third.
I'm on our guy right now.
French is 90 feet away from a 9th California run. Here's a pitch, strike at the knees, 3-1.
Same fastball that Cade Lewis took to end the Wake half of the inning.
Green wastes little time, is ready. Comes set and delivers. 3-1 pitch. Fastball fouled away. 3-2.
Fouled off the mask of Jimmy Keenan.
Still nobody out. 2 runs in for Cal here in the visiting half of the 6th, and an 8-4 lead. And the payoff. Fouled away. Another fastball at the knees. Single elimination event this year. Don't forget that. Lose and you go home. Another 3-2 pitch. Fastball at the knees. Call strike 3. First out of the inning.
Had to have been sitting on the breaking ball because that was a fastball that got too much of the middle, although it was down in the zone, as you said. Just froze him. That's a big out for the Deacs.
And good job by Green. Now Max Handren, the DH, doubled home a couple back in the 2nd inning when Cal got 6. He's flied out twice. First pitch outside, ball 1. Both fly balls to Lou Costello out there in left field. 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th. We're in the top of the 6th, 8-4 Cal. Here's the 1-0. Outside and low, 2 balls and no strikes.
The bad count.
French down at third for the Bears. 1 down. Here's the 2. Whoa, and that might have hit him. And that's a break, quite honestly.
Big time.
Yeah, that's a break for Wake, because if that doesn't hit him, that goes to the screen and French scores easily. As it stands, French has to stay put at third. Handren does get first, but the score stays at 8-4.
And it was a breaking ball that got him. Just kept, the more he kept trying to move his legs, the more it followed him in.
He did a jig trying to get out of the way. Did the 2-step. Here's Campbell. Swinging a miss at an off-speed pitch.
A good breaking ball just off the plate, and he chased.
Nothing and 1 the count. Green takes a long time at the set. Pitch outside, ball 1.
Yeah, wondering if Handren might give it a shot on the steal. And it was a bluff, but he wasn't running.
Campbell singled and scored back in the second. 1-1 pitch. Ball in the air to deep left center, all the way to the wall. Right there to make the catch is Williams. But tagging from third is French. He will score the 9th run of the game for California. And the Bear advantage is up to 5 after leading 6-0 in the second inning.
A good job by Williams to go get it. He was playing a little bit shallower. And so he had to go deep into the ballpark. It looked like he dug a divot out in the warning track when he stopped abruptly.
I thought that had a chance to leave the ballpark. Sounded good enough, but almost to the deepest part of the park here as Burge stands in. He's walked 3 times today and looks at ball 1.
Yeah, that 385 straight away isn't that deep.
And no wind today helping anything. Sun back out. Bright sunshine right now. One on, 2 outs, 1-0 pitch off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Cal has struck for 3 here in the 6th to take a 9-4 lead after scoring a dozen on Miami yesterday. Here's the 2-0 outside by a foot. 3 balls and no strikes.
The mercy rule on Miami in 8 innings. Or I guess a 10-run rule. Should be official.
But mercy. Cal is scoring runs. And the 3-0 pitch. Wild and outside. And Green turns in disgust. Down to second trots Handren. Burge has been walked 4 times today. And now Kadama will come to the plate, and a visit by Tom Walter out to the mound. And that's going to be it for Green. So we'll take the quick timeout. We'll check the new pitcher for the Deacs on the other side as you listen to Wake Baseball from Learfield.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes. But one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit Truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
Well, Wake Forest back to the bullpen. They go get 6'5" lefty Zach Johnston, who comes in for his 19th appearance. 1-1 worksheet with a 6.30 ERA.
Wake Forest looking for somebody to put an end to this bleeding and somebody to throw strikes. Unfortunately for the Deacs, they have walked 8 in this game while giving up 7 base hits. And that has accounted for the 9 runs that Cal has scored. There is no defense against the walk. You may have heard that before.
From you. On more than one occasion.
Yeah. So Zach Johnston, Slim Johnston, the left-hander comes in, fastball that runs all over the place. Little breaking ball to go along with it, and a changeup.
He inherits a couple of base runners. Handren down at second base, Burge at first. There are 2 outs, but 3 runs in for Cal here in the 6th. and a 9-4 lead for the Bears. Ethan Cuttema, the center fielder at the plate, struck out twice. Sacrifice fly as well. Looks at strike one at 88 miles an hour. Up in the zone for the left-handed hitter. Johnston, the lefty, checks on the runner at second. Comes home with a breaking ball, a good one in there for a strike, 0-2.
Drop that over the middle to the outer part nicely.
Cuttema, the number 9 hitter, hitting .318 on the year. And a breaking ball, swing and a miss, out on strikes. Cuttema for the third time today. And that'll do it here in the top of the 6th for Cal. But the Bears strike for 3, take a 9-4 lead as you listen to Wake Forest Baseball from Learfield.
Whether it's a big-time win or you're making a comeback, a Legacy Federal Credit Union is on your team. Need a car loan or want to switch to a free checking account? How about consolidating your student loans or starting that business you always wanted? At a Legacy, we help our members pursue their goals and achieve financial wins. Member-owned and focused, we're proud to offer personal guidance that helps you keep a healthy perspective on your finances through good times, tough times, and even game time. Learn more today at alegacy.org.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
Back at the ballpark, bottom of the 6th. Wake Forest in a pickle, trailing 9-4. But certainly more opportunities to come here before the day is done. Winner goes home. Loser gets Georgia Tech tomorrow in the quarterfinal round. That's a 3 o'clock first pitch. We hope to see you back on the broadcast at 2:45 tomorrow afternoon. Work to be done, however.
A lot of work to be done.
Yeah, right now, got to at least come up with 5. Wake will send 4, 5, and 6 to the plate. Winay, Costello, and Wentz. Winay on the day has struck out, grounded out, and singled. So a 1 for 3 day. He leads off Wake's fortunes here in the 6th. They get Wake down 5 in the home half of the inning. Eddie remains on the mound for California, and here we go. Breaking ball just a bit high, not by much, and it's ball 1. That one missed by an inch, maybe. Right across the Wake Forest, which is in block letters across the chest of the Deacon pinstripes today. 1-0 pitch is low on a breaking ball, 2 balls and no strikes.
I will say I think the Deacs may have been the best dressed team in the ACC this year.
White uniforms, black pinstripes today.
Tony Joyce, designer extraordinaire.
I've got on a Tony Joyce special right now.
Yes, you do.
Nice gray walking.
You freeloader, you.
2-0 pitch inside, 3-0. Well, you telling me you paid for this thing you got on?
I did pay for this shirt.
Oh, I hope you paid a lot because it's a sweet one.
Pay a lot, yes.
Okay. Just got to know the right people, Larry. 3 balls and no strikes to Winay. And here's Eddie. That's a 4-pitch walk. Good start to the Deacons' 6th.
Well, walks and errors will get you back into it. You got to give the other team the opportunity to do it.
Eddie's second walk. He came on in relief of Shaw in the 5th. Walked Houston, then struck out Lewis to end the inning. Now he leads off the 6th here with a walk of Winay. Now Costello, 0 for 3 day. Flied out, struck out, popped out. and looks at strike one.
Yeah, he goes to a breaking ball after missing with his fastball and steers it in.
So 0-1 the count to the Deacon left fielder with 1A down at first base and nobody out. The 0-1 pitch. Check swing did not go. Or did he? I think it was called strike at the plate. It was, and it's 0-2.
Oh, my.
I didn't see that.
I didn't either.
Wow.
I didn't see that as a swing either.
I didn't think. Oh, wow. Debatable, but 0-2 nonetheless. And the pitch from Eddie. Breaking ball blocked nicely again by Burge. 1-2.
Yeah, Burge has been working in the dirt in some practices. Playing with his friends in the sandbox.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 on. Bottom of the sixth here. Wake Forest trailing 9-4 here at the ACC tournament. Costello ready for the 1-2. Breaking ball just a bit outside, 2-2.
Had a catcher in the minor leagues, was from Texas, Ron Jacobs. He said, I'm going down to play with my friends in the sandbox. Go down and work on blocking pitches.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Eddie from the stretch comes set at the belt and shoves for home. 2-2 breaking ball got him, swing and a miss. Strikeout number 2. So Eddie's faced 4 hitters. He's walked 2, struck out 2.
Boy, but that's a really good pitch. That's above mid-thigh and ending up down just about in the dirt. That's a tough pitch.
That had Costello down on one knee after swinging the bat. Now here's Wentz. Got Wake scoring off and running in the second with a solo home run with 1 out. Has since walked and struck out. Eddie from the stretch starts in with a breaking ball outside for ball 1.
That pitch has really good shape to it, even though he missed with it.
First game of the day, obviously today. We started at 9 a.m. Here's the 1-0. Fastball inside, 2 balls and no strikes. So again with Eddie, feast or famine. Walk you or strike you out. And he's behind here 2-0. To the Deacon DH, the number 6 hitter, Dalton Wentz. Eddie to the plate, 2-0, not close, 3 balls and no strikes. Up and down outing here for Eddie out of the bullpen.
Elevator operator.
3-0. Here's the pitch. There's a fastball strike. Right half of the plate at the belt for a 3-1 count. Climbs back on the hill, does Eddie, and delivers. Fastball high, deep, right field, gone. Not close. 2-run shot for Wentz. His second home run of the day. And the Geeks get within a couple. Make that 3 at 9-6.
Yeah, the only question on that one was how far. You could tell from halfway through the swing he was on it. Went way the heck out. Landed on the concourse above the seats. Out in right field. Way the heck out of here.
Yeah, that one had a little more oomph on it than the first home run did.
Oh, baby.
And now Wake, again, within 3 at 9-6 with the bases clear. And 1 out for Austin Hawk, who scored a couple of runs today. It's a double and 2 walks. Looks at a fastball strike.
Deke fans are going to love watching Dalton Wentz hit the next couple of years. And Luke Costello, the freshman above him, they'll be back-to-back in the order for a while.
0-1 breaking ball strike. You know, again, Eddie's up and down, up and down. He's got Hawk in the hole here. And he's ready with the 0-2 pitch. From the windup, he delivers, check swing, and he swung around and struck him out. So again, wow, what a ride here for Eddie on the mound.
Well, and again, at home plate, the call by Chris Ward instead of asking for help down the first baseline.
I mean, he walks Houston, strikes out Lewis, walks Winne, strikes out Costello, gives up the Wentz homer, and strikes out Hawk.
So what are you saying happens here?
I guess Keenan gets on, right?
I guess.
Or he walks him. We'll see.
That would get him on.
Swing and a miss at a breaking ball, strike one. Keenan today has struck out and walked a couple times.
Who hasn't walked today?
Really? Nobody on, 2 outs. That pitch is lifted pretty deep left field. Looking up is Smith. This is over the fence for a home run. That big monster out in left. Second home run of the inning for Wake, and now the Deacs are within a couple at 9-7 on the solo shot from Keenan.
I couldn't tell if that ball hit the bull win a steak sign or if it hit the grass and win the salad sign.
Yeah, it came back.
But it was up, yeah.
I'm behind this huge steel pole. I thought it might have hit the top of the wall and come back, but it hit over the wall and then hit something else.
It hit the bull sign.
A solo homer for Keenan. And now 9-7 as Williams stands in with the bases empty. Swing and a miss at a fastball. And again, Eddie on the mound. It's wow. Strike you out or give up a homer. It's just crazy. Williams been on base twice. Was hit and scored in the second. Looks at strike 2, 0-2.
So I got a feeling tomorrow you're going to be sitting over on the on this side of the table.
I don't know, man. That's a pretty thick steel pole right there.
You're not going to move it.
Here's the 0-2. Fastball sails wildly high and away. Ball and 2 strikes to the Deacon center fielder.
Once again, a good answer by Wake Forest to the runs that Cal scored in the top half of the inning.
Yeah, Cal got 3. Wake comes back with 2. It's 9-7 California, bottom of the 6th inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That skips in there 2-2.
Unfortunately, you can't just trade runs with them. You got to throw a couple of zeros up there in the 7th and the 8th.
Yeah, it's officially late after the Deacs are retired here. We get to the 7th. Keenan's 7th home run, by the way. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball is low and away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Couple of home runs in the inning. Wentz with a 2-run shot. Keenan with a solo blast. And it's Cal by a 9-7 count here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Payoff due to Williams. Here it is from Eddie. Breaking ball low. Ball 4.
He goes soft. He went off speed, and his roller coaster ride continues. You got the right-hander to face the left-hander Scannell. There's activity in the Cal bullpen, but the left-hander just started throwing, so he is not anywhere near ready. See if they try to stall into it or not.
And Eddie has walked 3, struck out 3, given up 2 home runs. Top of the Deacon order in Scannell. Hit on base twice. And a single back in the 5th.
Speaking of stalling their way into it, can you walk much slower than Burge is right now going to the mound?
That's a little sachet out there to the mound.
Jordy Lopez, a freshman, is heating up quickly.
Yeah.
From the left-hand side. Now a right-hander is going to join him.
Cal with 9 runs on 7 hits. Wake 7 runs on 7 hits. The teams combined have stranded 20 base runners today. And now an official visit from the dugout.
And Chris Ward was going out to move Burge. He thought he yelled at him a couple of times and Burge ignored him. So Bodisbaugh is going to go out. have his say. And now Chris Ward makes his way out. So Lopez should be ready to go. He's had time.
Chris Bodishbaugh. What kind of name you reckon Bodishbaugh is?
Well,
other than a difficult one to pronounce.
I'm going to be talking to him next week, so I'll let you know.
Yeah, they're going to make the change, so we'll take the timeout, and we'll have the new pitcher on the other side. As you listen to Wake Baseball from Learfield.
Whether it's a big-time win or you're making a comeback, a Legacy Federal Credit Union is on your team. Need a car loan or want to switch to a free checking account? How about consolidating your student loans or starting that business you always wanted? At a Legacy, we help our members pursue their goals and achieve financial wins. Member-owned and focused, we're proud to offer personal guidance that helps you keep a healthy perspective on your finances through good times, tough times, and even game time. Learn more today at alegacy.org.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
Well, Cal goes to the bullpen, and out comes Jordy Lopez, 13th appearance, ERA upwards of 8, 7.85. He's got a 1-0 record.
Well, there is nobody on the Cal staff that is going to thrill you with their hard statistics, but Lopez is a freshman that will get it up to about 88 miles per hour. He's got a slider and a changeup to go with it. Just try to make him try to get his fastball over as the game plan against him.
What a crazy outing for Eddie. Pitched in and gave up a couple of hits, both homers. 3 runs. Walked 3. Struck out 3. Oh, just wild.
Well, when Lopez does throw strikes, he's given up 29 hits in 18 innings, so he can be touched up. Wake Forest needs to string a few together.
Lopez inherits Williams at first. And the top of the Wake order, here's Matt Scannell. He's flied out, walked, retired off of a flare to first, and single back in the 5th inning. Throw over to first to check on Javar Williams. Pretty good lead over there for Williams at first. Lopez, the lefty, and from the stretch to the plate with a breaking ball in the dirt, ball 1.
Yeah, but no place for Williams to go. His run is not the one you're worried about. So
no. 9-7 California in the lead. Each with 3 runs here in the 6th inning. Deke's trying for more. Here's the 1-0. It's low and inside with a fastball, 2-0.
Yeah, Williams' goal at first base should be to concentrate on touching each base if Scannell hits a ball out of the park.
Concentrate. Focus.
That's it. Just don't get picked off.
2 balls, no strikes to the Deacon right fielder. And Lopez to the plate. Breaking ball in for a strike, chest high. Scannell didn't like it, 2-1.
Shaking his head a little bit.
Ooh.
77 miles per hour. You might be able to hit that, Stan.
Maybe. I don't know. I was left-hander. 2-1 pitch from Lopez. Another breaking ball, check swing, and he went. That's a... no, he didn't. I thought he did.
Fouled off, actually. The ball came off the screen. Over here.
I'm looking at the stats. Stats went to 3-1. Scoreboard, man-made, did not. 2-2. TV's wrong. I was going to say, I thought that was a strike. It looked like it. And 2-2, runner goes on the pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3, Scannell out on strikes, and the Deacons are retired, but Wake gets 3 back. We go to the 7th. Cal leads it now 9-7 as you listen to Wake Baseball at the ACC tournament.
Whether it's on the baseball diamond or at your home, it's important to have your bases covered by someone you trust. Lucky for Deacon fans, Sutton Brothers has you covered at home. Heating and air, covered. Electrical, covered. Plumbing, that's right, covered. At Sutton Brothers, one call does it all. A proud partner of the Deeks, trust the locally owned and operated experts at Sutton Brothers for your home's comfort and emergency needs. Remember, one call and Sutton Brothers has your heating, air, plumbing, and electrical bases covered.
It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schasberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box, so let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Back in Durham under bright sunshine right now as we have reached the 7th inning, and California hanging on to a 9-7 lead. Bears got 6 in the second. Wake got 3, and then here we go. Deeks get another one in the 5th. Cal, though, strikes for 3 in the 6th. The Deeks get 3 more in the bottom half of the 6th. Each team with 7 hits. And we're at 9-7 Cal as we reach the 7th inning.
Son has done a Gavin Eddy impersonation. In, out, up, down, in, out. They said we might get late morning showers, but it sure doesn't look like it now, and it did 15 minutes ago.
No, it's afternoon now. 7 minutes after the hour.
Who flying along in this
Advent Kula, top of the order. Looks to bunt, lets it go by, ball 1. Nah, no rain rest of the day. Nah. Advent Kula today, 0 for 3, was hit by a pitch, scored in the second inning. 1-0. Wow, look out. Out over his shoulders as he ducked out of the way. 2-0.
That was your Clint Eastwood old grouch right there, wasn't it?
Got to get a little more gravel in there.
Okay.
Here's the 2-0. Wow, that went about 55 feet. 3 balls, no strikes.
For those of you that don't know, if you ever get him in person, ask Stan Cotton to do some of his impersonations. It will make you laugh.
Don't put me under pressure here. Here's a 3-0. That's in for a strike. I'm working on my Sorensen. That's more...
too late.
That's more physical than anything else. Here's the 3-1. That's not close. Leadoff walk. Oh, Larry, here we go.
First hitter, most important hitter of the inning. And to put him on without having to do any work is an egregious mistake.
So Advancula is on. Here's Mutsaritas. Sounds like a cheese, doesn't it?
Yeah, I get it. That's where it came from.
Yeah. Scored a run, been on base 3 times today. Had a single back in the 4th. Looks at ball 1. High fastball.
That quickly gets Hayden LeFew going in the Wake Forest bullpen.
Top of the 7th, 9-7 Cal. Bears at the plate. 1 on, nobody out. 1-0 pitch, check swing. That's a strike, 1-1. Mutsaritas tried to hold back and could not.
Surprised Chris Ward asked for help. He's been making all the other calls at home plate.
Yes, he's not been bashful.
Nope.
Ball and a strike to the Bear shortstop. With a runner at first. Johnston from the stretch. Ball Ball's hit on the ground by the diving third baseman Lewis and into left field. And a great start to the Bears' seventh. Here comes Cal. Runners at first and second, nobody out.
Well, and I would guess that very shortly we're going to see a long, slow walk by Jimmy Keenan out to the mound.
First two to bat for the Bears here have reached base. Advincula with a walk, and now Mutsaritas with the base hit. Smaldino now the hitter. He doubled and scored back in the sixth, is also singled today. First pitch, ripped to left center. This is deep and off the wall. This will score a Cal run coming home all the way from second base. Advincula, and the Bears tack on their 10th run and lead by 3.
Now you have trouble throwing strikes. You narrow down your repertoire and you start just trying to steer the ball over the plate a little bit. That was a fat pitch to hit, and it was well hit.
RBI double for Smaldino. And now, a guy that's really done some damage to Wake French at the plate. Driven in 3 runs, scored 2. Cleanup hitter, takes a strike.
Infield in for a guy that's a very good contact type hitter.
Runners at first and second, nobody out. Here's the 0-1, swinging a horrible pitch, nothing in 2. There's no way he was going to hit that one. It was inside and low. Tried to yank that one down the right field line. But he is 3 for 4 today with a double, those 2 singles, and 3 runs driven in. 0-2 on the ground, right back to the pitcher. He comes to the plate now in a rundown between third and first. Mutsaritas, he's out. And there's one down.
As soon as Keenan saw the runner from second going to third, technically Mutsaritas, or Smaldino, technically your play is run him back to where there's 2 runners at the base, but he got rid of the ball quickly. They got the quick tag, and there was no other advance.
Yeah, so Mutsaritas out, Smaldino down at third, French at first on the fielder's choice. Here's Schmidt. Big cut, fouls it back to the screen.
That's really getting pretty picky, petty, and minor on my part, but details matter.
Runners on the corners. 1 away, a run in for Cal here in the 7th. Bears tack on another run. Lead by 3 again, 10-7. And the 0-1. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball, nothing in 2. A lot of ways to score Smaldino here for Cal. Here's the 0-2. That is lifted deep to left field and gone over the big wall for a massive 3-run home run. Carl Schmidt puts Cal up 13-7. And he hit all of that one.
Well, after having some control issues, Johnston just tried steering the ball in, and that was right down the middle, and it went where those pitches usually do. Wake Forest chips away offensively, and Cal comes right back.
Schmidt with just his 5th home run. But comes at a great time for Cal to push the lead back up to 6 as Handren stands in. Swings at the first pitch. Slow roller back to Johnston at the mound, and he will flip to first for the out. And there are 2 down.
You got to tip your hat to Cal. They keep on battling. They keep on coming back, and now they've scored 25 runs. Cal 14 and 2/3 innings.
Yeah, and today 13 runs on 10 hits as Campbell stands in. First pitch swung on, couple of hops to shortstop. Houston comes up throwing, low throw, but Lene bails him out, scoops it out, and the side retired. But 4 more for Cal here in the 7th. Time to stretch. Wake needs to regroup. 13-7 here in Durham as you listen to Wake Forest baseball from Learfield.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes, but one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking, because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
We are sufficiently stretched as we reach the bottom of the 7th inning. And California run rules Miami yesterday. Leads by 6 over Wake here as we hit the bottom of the 7th. Well, Cal just keeps coming.
Like I said, they played 8 yesterday and 7, that's 15, and they scored 13 and 12, that's 25.
Carry the 2, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a lot of runs in just a few innings where I went to school, and that'll get you some wins.
Here's Merrick Houston to lead it off for Wake. Lopez hits the mitt with a fastball strike, 0-1. Houston, Lewis, and Winay here in the home half of the 7th. Lopez delivers off the plate, ball 1. Lopez, the 4th pitcher of the day for the Bears.
Kind of your definition of the phrase soft tosser.
1-1 fastball way up and away, 2 balls and a strike.
This is his best bolt at 89.
Wake Forest down 6. Lopez with a 2-1. That breaks in there, but not quite enough. Wanted the call on the outside corner, didn't get it. 3 balls and a strike. Houston today, 1 for 3, pulls a fastball foul. Couple of 3 RBIs today. 2 with a base hit, 1 with a bases loaded walk. Full count here as he leads off the Deacon 7th. And the payoff. That's chopped on the ground right side and into right center for a base hit. Cal had on the shift. That would have been a routine out had the shift not been on, I think. And as it stands, Houston with a leadoff base hit.
Yeah, I don't know why you would put a shift on Merrick Houston, to be perfectly honest with you, because he's got, as you've said all day long, great back control, and he just kind of flipped that one out to the right side, about 7 hops to get to the outfield grass.
Yeah. I don't know about routine ground ball at second, but would have had a better chance than they did there. Here's Lewis with a runner on. He offers that the first pitch. That's a fly ball, shallow center. He'll be retired, and that'll chase Houston back to first base with 1 out. Swung on the first pitch.
That's about the loudest sounding ball we've had all day.
So Lewis back to the dugout. Here's Winay. One for 3 with a walk today. A run scored in the Deacons 6 when Wake got 3. But it's 13-7 Cal here in the 7th inning. First pitch, outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Winay digs back in. Little chopper left side to the third baseman, Campbell. One play to first for the out. Down to second goes Houston. And they're 2 down.
Only play available on that high hopper.
It was right up in Campbell's eyes. Natural grass, Larry, as you have mentioned here, and dirt and everything else, like it should be. A couple of old-timers up here. The old AstroTurf back in the day, that stuff was horrible. It's like playing on concrete.
It was bad.
The new turf's really good these days. Here's Costello. Looks at ball one low.
Still not what the athletes would like, and so you see a lot of teams starting to get away from it and go back to grass where they can.
Costello 0 for 4 today. Runner at second, 2 down. 1-0 pitch off the plate. Curveball 2-0. Costello is due today. And the 2-0 pitch way inside, 3-0. Dalton Wentz would be next. He's hit a couple of home runs today. Out of that number 6 spot. Deeks trail by 6 here in the 7th, 13-7. 3-0 pitch. Not close. Walked him on 4 pitches. 2-out walk.
The roller coaster continues.
First walk for Lopez. And now here's Wentz. Solo homer in the 2nd, 2-run blast in the 6th. And between those two, has walked and struck out. Costello down at first, Houston at second with 2 away. And the pitch, breaking ball strike right at the belt.
Yep.
0-1.
Both the home runs coming from the left-hand side for this switch hitter.
Point taken. Lopez, the lefty. Here's the 0-1. Fastball is going to be scooped up at second. Tag at the base for the out. And the side retired. Wake threatened a bit. Comes up empty, though. On to the 8th we go here in Durham at the ACC tournament with the scores. We take the break. Cal 13, Wake Forest 7.
For up-to-date breaking news on the Deacs, there's no better source than GoDeacs.com, the official website of Wake Forest Athletics. GoDeacs.com provides detailed content of results of all Deacon sports teams, with innovative photos, live game and coaches show broadcasts, and in-depth interviews about the Deacons. GoDeacs.com is your complete online source for sports news when you just have to know. Visit GoDeacs.com and make it your homepage each time you log on to the internet. Go to the source. GoDeacs.com.
Deacon Nation, this is your new head football coach, Jake Dickert. I cannot tell you how excited, proud, and honored I am to be the next head football coach here at Wake Forest. Season tickets for 2025 are now on sale and start at just $149. Get yours today at godeacs.com/tickets and join me in Deektown. I'll see you at a Legacy Stadium this fall to kick off a new era of Wake Forest football. Thank you for your continued support, and go Deeks!
On to the 8th inning we go. Wake Forest goes back to the bullpen. Out will come Hayden LeFew, 6'1" sophomore from South Rowan High School area.
Guy that's moved into the closer role and been very effective at it. About the 3/4 mark, everything kicked in, and he's really been throwing the ball well for the last month. Started out as the guy Wake wanted to take that closing spot, and drifted away a little bit, but he's been lights out for a while. Hard thrower, get it up to 95 from the left-hand side. Good breaking ball that you won't see as much as the fastball, but he's got good stuff, and he's got the bulldog attitude that a closer needs.
Well, now it's effectively very late in the Wake as we reach the 8th. Got to find a way to. Obviously, down 6 is a tall order, but you got to keep it there, right?
Got to keep it at 6, absolutely. And, as Tom Walter pointed out in the pregame, if you lose this one, you don't play again until next Friday. So you'll have several scrimmages in between, but they just aren't the same.
8-9 in leadoff here for Cal in the 8th. Burge, Kadama, and Advancula. Burge will lead it off. He's walked 4 times out of that number 8 spot. And he looks at ball 1, not close from LeFew. Burge has been stranded 3 out of those 4 times, has scored a run. That was back in that 6-run second. Looks at ball 2. So if I'm Burge, I park that bat on my shoulder right here.
Hard to believe you walked the number 8 guy in the lineup 4 times.
2 balls and no strikes. LeFew, the lefty. Fastball misses, ball 3. That's high and outside.
Here's one of your mysteries of life, Stan.
Yeah. Open stance for the Cal catcher. Inside, ball 4. Lead off walk here in the 8th.
And you've said that way too many times for Wake Forest today.
And how many times, and you'll appreciate this, have we said first pitch off the plate? I know you like the first pitch strike.
Yep.
Get off on the right foot, And Wake just has not been able to do that today as Kadama stands in, the center fielder. He has struck out 3 times and driven in a run with a sacrifice fly. Squares the bunt, looks at a strike. Got Virginia Tech and Clemson coming up here in a minute. Another square at the plate. Lets a ball go by. A ball and a strike to count now to Kadama. Burge aboard at first with a leadoff walk. Here's the 1-1. Squares to bunt. Again, fouls that at the plate. Ball and 2 strikes. Now, do you let him swing away here, Larry? You keep the bunt on with 2 strikes.
Nope. Absolutely let him swing.
Okay.
Or not.
He squares. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Effectively lays it down. Terrific bunt. Only 1 play for Lewis down at third base as he comes in. That's to first. So the sacrifice completed. Down to second will go Burge.
Well, then again, on the other hand, 3 strikeouts already for Kadama. So get the bunt down and help out a little bit.
So Burge in scoring position, top of the order for Cal with Advancula. He's been on base twice, scored both times. From the stretch, LeFew he tried to drag bunt that down the first base line. Pulled it foul.
Pulled it with him. Saw an interesting stat on the monitor just a second ago. There have been only 5 teams in ACC history to score 12 runs or more consecutive games.
Wow.
Since 1978.
And Cal, in its first ACC tournament, has done it.
How about that?
13-7 lead here in the 8th inning. First pitch is, second pitch rather, is off the plate, a ball and a strike. To Advancula, the leadoff hitter for Cal. 1 on, 1 out. Here's the 1-1. Swinging away and a bouncer fouled on the first base side.
So I don't think Cal would tell you that they've owned the league in their first year in it.
Tell you what, though, great first impression.
A great tournament team. Great tournament team, yeah.
In the tournament. Cal was 9-21.
9-21.
Regular season in the league. 1-2. That is slapped toward the left field area. Costello with an easy play to his right. Second out of the inning on the line. Drive, sort of. Kind of a lazy ball out there and left. Burge stays put at second. So Moutsaritas, our favorite of the Bears, comes to the plate. I'll have a Medium well cheeseburger with extra mozzarellas. 2 slices.
Throw a little extra on that pizza.
Oh. 1 on, 2 outs, top of the 8th. It's a fastball, high ball 1. Mozzarellas, 2 for 3. Run scored. Swings at an off-speed pitch. Misses 1-1. Correction, he's got 2 base hits today. I think I said 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's lifted to left. A long run over there by Costello. He cannot make the catch. Ball bounces between him and Williams. Coming around to score is Burge. And it is 14-7. Biggest lead of the day for Cal. A 2-out run-scoring double for Mozzarellas, and the Bears just keep on coming.
And the 3rd hit of the day for Mozzarellas. Well, you see why people talk about their offense.
And now Smaldino, who scored twice himself, with a runner in scoring position here. Swings at the first pitch, fouls it back, 0-1.
Boy, and this big guy doesn't get cheated, does he?
Cal 14 runs on 11 hits. Wake, meantime, has 8 hits, but has stranded 14 base runners today. And here's the 0-1. Breaking ball in for a strike, 0-2.
Let's go.
3rd straight inning that the Bears have put up runs, at least 1. And LeFew ready with the 0-2. Fastball high, check swing. He did not go around. Started the swing, but able to tap the brakes.
I got to be honest with you, Stan. It's just hard for me to conceive both teams have double digits in walks.
Here's the 1-2. That's off the plate, 2-2.
That's... There has to be something said for throwing a strike, doesn't there?
Here's the 2-2. Here's a strike, fouled back. It was in the strike zone and fouled back by Smaldino. Count will stay level at 2-2 in a 14-7 game Cal here in the top of the 8th inning. The hill just keeps getting steeper and steeper for Wake here in Durham. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that gets Smaldino, but Cal gets another run. We go to the bottom of the 8th here in Durham as we take the break and give you the score. Cal 14, Wake Forest 7.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
Whether it's a big-time win or you're making a comeback, a Legacy Federal Credit Union is on your team. Need a car loan or want to switch to a free checking account? How about consolidating your student loans or starting that business you always wanted? At a Legacy, we help our members pursue their goals and achieve financial wins. Member-owned and focused, we're proud to offer personal guidance that helps you keep a healthy perspective on your finances through good times, tough times, and even game time. Learn more today at alegacy.org.
Bottom of the 8th, Wake Forest trailing 14-7. A reminder that today's game brought to you in part by Truist. Leaders in banking, unwavering care. Visit truist.com/care today. Truist Bank, member FDIC. All right, bottom of the order is up. Hawk, Keenan, and Williams. Lopez remains on the mound For California, the Bears with 14 runs on 11 hits. Cal has stranded 10. Wake 7 runs on 8 hits, stranding 14. Each team has walked 10. And here is Hawk to lead it off for Wake in the 8th.
It's just a staggering number to me.
It's a lot. Lopez ready. And the fastball is high, ball 1. Hawk has walked twice, doubled, scored twice, and struck out today. And the 1-0. That is lifted into right center, pretty deep. Back toward the wall goes Kadama out of here. Leadoff homer for Hawk. That's a start. You can't get 7 or 8 before you get 1, and Hawk leads off with a blast to right center.
Deeper part of the ballpark. Made it to about the second row of the seats, and Austin Hawk continues the long ball prowess here in the last month of the season. His 9th of the year, and most of them have been in the last 3 to 4 weeks.
And it is now 14-8. The deficit now 6 as Keenan stands in. He had a home run his last plate appearance in the 6th inning. A solo shot. He looks at ball 1. (14-8) California, home half of the 8th. And the 1-0, breaking ball at the knees, a called strike, 1-1. That was close. Keenan's also walked twice today and struck out on top of that home run. 1-1, fouls off a breaking ball, a ball and 2 strikes.
What was it, 5 out of 6 at-bats? Hawk had home runs, something like that? 4 out of 5? It was unbelievable. A couple weekends ago.
Just the second home run ball of the season given up by Lopez. Now the 1-2. Ooh, a fastball just did miss on the inside corner. That kind of froze Keenan, who struck out swinging back in the 2nd inning. Count now 2-2. Fastball low, 3-2. Loser goes home. Again, the winner advances to tomorrow's 3 o'clock game against the number 1 seed Georgia Tech. Payoff pitch is lifted into shallow right. Easy play for French as he drifts to his left for the out, 1 away.
Need a couple more this inning, couple bloops and a blast is what they need.
At least. Down 6 in the 8th, 14-8. And now Javar Williams will stand in for the Demon Deeks. He's been hit by a pitch and scored. Reached on a fielder's choice, struck out and walked today. First pitch, fastball inside, ball 1. Back to the top of the order after this. Matt Scannell getting ready for Wake, the Deacon right fielder. The 1-0, breaking ball low, 2 balls and no strikes. Got the Wake Forest cheer out here.
Yes, sir. We need to get him right in front of us at football, huh?
Yeah, okay. Right in front of the crowd, Mike.
Yeah.
He's consistent.
Yes, he is.
And he shows up. Lopez ready, working from the stretch. Here's the 2-0. Fastball sails high on him. 3 balls and no strikes. Nobody working in the Cal bullpen. 6-run lead for the Bears here in the 8th.
Yeah, you'd like to think that that's enough if you're the Cal coaching staff, but
3-0 was in for a strike, by the way. It's 3-1.
But you never know.
No, it is college baseball, right? 3 balls and a strike. Lopez delivers. Breaking ball that's lifted into left center, fairly shallow. Kadama to his right there to make the catch for the second out. Back-to-back fly ball outs for Wake after the Hawk home run.
Took charge of a ball either player could have caught in left center.
Yeah, I liked exerting, what's the word? When I was in center field back, when I was a Ute, calling people off, running them down.
You mean that control issue of yours?
Yeah. Top of the order, here's Scannell. With 2 outs and a run in. Breaking ball high, ball 1.
Just kidding.
No, you're not.
Yeah, yeah.
You would have loved having me back you up in center.
Oh, I'm
with
sure.
With you on the mound.
You could run.
Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball fouled away.
I'll just assume you could catch when you got there.
With this withered left arm.
And I played with a center fielder in the minor leagues, and he could go foul line to catch the ball, except you had to catch the ball.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of the equation. Get there, you got to catch it. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Breaking ball popped up, shallow right in the grass. The second baseman, Advin Kula, will squeeze it to make the 3rd out of the inning. Wake gets a run on the Hawk leadoff homer. But we go to the 9th. Got to go get them, Deeks. We break with a score. Cal 14, Wake Forest 8.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes. But one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit Truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Wake Forest Baseball is back at the couch. Don't miss any of the action with theme game and special promotions throughout the season. And bring the family to the ballpark on Sundays as kids get to run the bases after the game. Tickets are on sale now, including the all-new Moe's 4-pack, starting at just $20. Get your tickets today at godeeks.com/tickets. We'll see you at the couch this spring for Wake Forest Baseball. Go Deeks!
We hit the 9th inning here in Durham at 12:43 Eastern Time, 9 o'clock start. And just after, it just starts to build all throughout the day. They played till almost 2 in the morning last night. That's why Wake got the best draw in terms of time slot.
Absolutely, because this throws the whole schedule.
But now, as you look backward, anybody but Cal. We'll play anybody but Cal. Cal's the hottest team in the league right now.
Georgia Tech, but they're due, right?
They're due.
But Georgia Tech can't be looking forward to that. They've been here scouting. It's just mind-boggling to have a 4-hour baseball game with a pitch clock.
Now here's the cleanup hitter, French, to lead it off. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball, strike 1.
Greg Maddox games are gone, right?
French has 3 RBIs today, scored a couple times. And the 0-1. First pitch was actually a strike. That's off the plate, a ball and a strike. We've got use of a monitor up here where there's really no delay, and so it's much easier for us to look at the pitches off the monitor. Then you try to switch to the field. There's a foul at the plate, 1 and 2. Sometimes it's, especially in the bright sunshine, as you switch back to the field, it's hard to pick up the ball some. But thankful for the TV monitors and John Brockwell and crew setting up all the radio crews here today. Here's the 1-2 pitch. It's a fastball that fouled at the Wake dugout. Count stays 1 and 2. So if the Deeks don't get it done today, they wait on a phone call Sunday night. Regionals begin next week on Friday. Here's a pitch lined into left field. Here comes Cal. Starting off the 9th with a base hit. French, boy, he's been tough today, hasn't he, Larry?
Just about everybody in the lineup has been tough today for Wake Forest.
It's his 4th base hit.
Yep.
he is aboard for Schmidt, who had a 3-run homer back in the 7th. And he stands at the ready. LeFew to the plate. It's in for a strike. Fastball at 92. But again, and we assume that Wake would be on the road next week. That pitch is swung on and drilled to center. Running to his left, Williams makes the catch, and French was halfway down to second. He'll have to retreat back to first after the line drive out. But it's not automatic that Wake couldn't be selected to host, but that's not anticipated.
Pretty safe to assume.
Yeah, pretty safe to assume. So, as Tom Walter makes a, or is that Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes a walk out to the mound. Assume that Wake will be on the road somewhere next week. We've heard everything from Oregon to Athens, Georgia, to Conway, South Carolina.
Your backyard.
To Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm not sure Tennessee's going to host now. So, anyway, we'll know next Sunday, or this coming Sunday. All right, pitching change. We'll take a quick timeout. Back with more in a moment after this.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes. But one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit Truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
Wake Forest goes to the bullpen, and out for his participation today, Reese Bowie makes his 13th appearance, 0-2 on the year, 4.63 ERA.
Yeah, Bowie, another one of the youngsters that has come in from the left-hand side with maybe not as much hype about him, but has done a really solid job for Wake Forest all season long, and that bodes well for the future to go with some of the other freshman arms that Tom Walter and staff have brought into Winston-Salem.
Freshman from Hayworth, New Jersey. And now what's going on? Something. They've stopped play for a moment or two.
Communication problem?
I don't know.
Something problem?
I mean, Bowie was getting ready to pull the
2's a curve, 3's a slider,
trigger
change
on Handren. 1 on, 1 out for Cal here in the 9th. Swing and miss at a fastball. 0-1. 14-8, California. Looking to the Wake 9th, hitters 2, 3, and 4 up, down 6 at least. And the 0-1 from Bowie. Low fastball. Ball and a strike to the Cal DH, Max Handren. Drove in a couple of runs with a double back in the 2nd inning. Delivers another ball to the plate, 2-1. I think I might have said we'll know Sunday night. I guess the selection showed Monday.
It's actually Monday, yeah.
Monday, okay.
Monday at noon.
2-1, slow chopper right side. Throw's going to go to a second for 1 on to first. Not in time when they got that started at first base off the ground ball. And they're now 2 down.
Tell you what, though, Stan, you know how I feel about details and little things in baseball. Reese Bowie got over and covered first base on what's the most difficult double play that there is in baseball. And Merrick Houston made the throw over. Didn't exactly gun it, but Bowie was there to make the play. At least they had a shot. Good job.
So 2 down now, and Campbell in there to take a strike. He singled and scored as well back in the 2nd. Cal got things going in the visiting half of that second inning with 6 runs. 0-1 pitch is low and inside, a ball and a strike. Wake's been playing catch-up all day long and just has not been able to get over the hump. 1-1 from Bowie. That's outside. Another fastball. 2 balls and a strike. And the 2-1. That's fouled out of play to level the count at 2-2. Handren down at first. There are 2 outs. Here in the top of the 9th. Visiting team California in the lead at 14-8. And the 2-2. It's a fastball that's lifted into shallow right. Easy play for Scannell. And the Bears are retired here in the 9th inning. We go to the bottom of the 9th, 14-8 Cal. Deeks need at least 6 as you listen to Wake Baseball from Learfield.
Whether it's a big-time win or you're making a comeback, a Legacy Federal Credit Union is on your team. Need a car loan or want to switch to a free checking account? How about consolidating your student loans or starting that business you always wanted? At a Legacy, we help our members pursue their goals and achieve financial wins. Member-owned and focused, we're proud to offer personal guidance that helps you keep a healthy perspective on your finances through good times, tough times, and even game time. Learn more today at alegacy.org.
It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schasberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box, so let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
We have reached the bottom of the 9th inning, the 11th hour for Wake Forest, who trails 14-8 here against upstart California, the 16 seed in this tournament, knocking off Miami yesterday 12-2, now leading 14-8 against 8-seeded Wake here today. Deeks will send Houston, Lewis, and Winay to the plate. Hitters 2, 3, and 4, but 6 runs needed to keep this thing going, 7 to win. Wow. That's a tall order. Yeah, Lopez remains on the mound. He came on in the 6th inning. And here we go. He's given up the 1 run, a solo homer to Hawk that led off the 8th. And now Houston stands in. First pitch to him is a fastball. It's off the plate, ball 1. Houston with 3 RBIs today, reached base 3 times, couple of base hits. 1-0 fastball just did miss the outside corner. 2 balls and no strikes. Got to have base runners here in the 9th inning.
Any way you can get them.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, 2-0. Outside 3-0. Here we go.
No boy.
Lopez ready. His 3-0 pitch. Fastball at the knees outside. A 4-pitch walk. And Wake gets the start it needed here in the 9th inning.
And that looked like a decent pitch.
Yeah, it was close.
Runners, runners, runners.
Just a second walk surrendered by Lopez as Cade Lewis stands in. He was hit his first 2 appearances to the plate, has not reached base since. There's a line drive toward left center that will drop in front of the charging Kadama. And Wake with 2 on and nobody out after the Lewis base hit. His first of the day.
Kicking up their heels.
So Lewis down to first, Houston down at second. Here's Winay.
And that got the Cal bullpen scrambling.
Yeah, it did. And a visit to the mound by the catcher, Burge. We'll see if that might be it for Lopez. I don't know.
I think the fist bump was kind of an indication.
Okay. Well, quick visit. Now we'll see if anybody climbs the steps over there to our right. We're down the third base line. Cal is in the first base dugout. Nobody yet.
I think that's Ethan Foley, the right-hander, throwing in the bullpen.
And here comes the visit. That's about as elongated as you can make it. That whole deal there.
Yeah, because sooner or later you got to get on the mound, on the rubber.
Yeah. All right, so that'll do it for Lopez. We'll take a timeout, and we'll have the new Bear pitcher on the other side as you listen to Wake Baseball from Learfield.
Whether it's on the baseball diamond or at your home, it's important to have your bases covered by someone you trust. Lucky for Deacon fans, Sutton Brothers has you covered at home. Heating and air, covered. Electrical, covered. Plumbing, that's right, covered. At Sutton Brothers, one call does it all. A proud partner of the Deeks, trust the locally owned and operated experts at Sutton Brothers for your home's comfort and emergency needs. Remember, one call and Sutton Brothers has your heating, air, plumbing, and electrical bases covered.
For up-to-date breaking news on the Deeks, there's no better source than GoDeeks.com, the official website of Wake Forest Athletics. GoDeeks.com provides detailed content of results of all Deacon sports teams, with innovative photos, live game and coaches show broadcasts, and in-depth interviews about the Deacons. GoDeeks.com is your complete online source for sports news when you just have to know. Visit GoDeeks.com and make it your homepage each time you log on to the internet. Go to the source, GoDeeks.com.
Ethan Foley out of the bullpen for California. He is a sophomore out there for the 17th time, 3-3 on the year, 5.32 ERA.
Yeah, actually pitched in that game last night against Miami. And Foley has got a fastball that gets up to about 93, 85 with a slider, and he's got a changeup. He's over on the far first base side, so to right-handers, he's got to kind of try to bring it back to the outside corner just a little bit. Pitched a couple of good innings last night, and Cal goes right back to him, or yesterday morning, rather. It's all running together at this point in time.
We are just shy of 4 hours old here in Game 1. Well, when the game's behind, you're just, they just roll their eyes, you know.
That's baseball.
Yeah. So Foley is in. First two Deeks who have come to the plate here in the bottom of the ninth have reached safely. Houston with the walk and Lewis with a base hit that I thought Kadama was going to make a play on. He, right at the last moment, said, nah. So that brings Jack Winay to the plate. He is 1 for 4 with a single and a run scored and a walk today. He stands in as the sun comes out. And Foley is ready. Checks on the runners, comes home. Fastball swung on to third, over to second for one, to first for the out, double play. And that's exactly what Cal needed right there.
Well, you and I talk about this all the time. First pitch. You go after the first pitch, and it turns into the double play right away. Exactly what Cal, as you said, needed. And ball kind of found the glove on that one a little bit. The glove was stuck out, and ball jumped into it, and it turns into an easy double play.
Yeah, 5-4-3 if you're scoring at home. We hope some of you are. Now Luke Costello will stand at the plate with 2 outs. And a runner at third. Base hit into right field. And coming home is Merrick Houston. It's 14-9. RBI for Costello, his first of the day.
You if you told the coaching staff before the game, hey, you guys are going to score 9 runs today, ordinarily you feel pretty good about it.
Now Wentz, the 2-homer guy today. 1 in the 2nd, 2-run shot in the 6th. 14-9, though, Cal with 1 on and 2 outs as the Deacon DH stands in. Takes a fastball high for ball 1. To be a high seed in this event this week has been the kiss of death. Only 1 non-upset. Fastball fouled at the plate.
Which is just inconceivable, really.
Virginia Tech won yesterday, and that's it. Everybody else, the underdog, has come through. And nobody more so than California.
How about that?
Beating Miami yesterday 12-2 out of the Canes, leading Wake here 14-9 with 2 outs in the 9th. And the 1-1. It's a fastball that sails up and away.
And again, what it does is the committee, who is really big on looking at what have you done lately, takes a look at those games, and that is altering some futures.
2-1 count, and the pitch. That's outside 3-1. Yeah, Wake lost the last game of the Louisville series, but won the midweek game after that, right?
Yep.
Against High Point.
Yep.
Here's a 3-1 off the plate. And that's a walk.
A walk?
Down to second will go Costello, and down to first after the walk, Wentz. Now Hawk, who homered in his last at bat. 2 on, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Wake trailing 14-9. Hawk's been on base 4 times today. Looks at a fastball away, ball 1. Say the nerves have not completely subsided for Cal just yet.
As there is action in their bullpen.
There's a 1-0. That hit him? It did. Now the bases are loaded with 2 outs.
And Vodespa is pacing in front of the Cal dugout.
It's got to drive you nuts.
Oh, man.
You just want your guy to come in and throw strikes.
That's it. They hit it out of the park. They hit it out of the park, but don't give them so many opportunities. Now, partially it's because he pitched last night, too, and they were thinking, and he got the double play ball, exactly what you needed.
Wake is down 5. Bases are loaded. There are 2 outs. Jimmy Keenan, the catcher, number 8 in the order, is ready to hit. He has homered today.
Logan Piper is in the Cal bullpen. He's a left-hander, so he would be ready for Javar Williams, and chances are they would pinch hit for Williams.
Keenan today has also walked twice, struck out, and flied out. Looks at a first pitch strike. 0-1. Bottom of the 9th. Wake threatening. Bases loaded, but 2 outs, down 5. Here's the 0-1. Fastball outside corner, but low. A ball and a strike. Tying run in the on-deck circle for Wake.
How about that?
But down 5. Here's the 1-1. Little slider maybe outside and low. 2 balls and a strike.
Got to get 1 before you can get 4, right?
Yep. 2 balls and a strike. Here's Foley's offering. Fastball strike on the outside corner. Good pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cal an out away from doing what nobody thought it could. Beating both Miami and Wake here in Durham. And Foley's 2-2 is on the way. Breaking ball just did miss a little low. Another slider looked like.
Yep.
And it's full count. Bases are loaded. 2 outs. Wake trailing 14-9. Foley working against Keenan, the Deacon catcher. Here's the payoff. Way outside. Ball 4. And it's now 14-10. And the tying run will come to the plate.
And he eliminated all the suspense with that breaking ball that was far off the plate. Never an inkling of a swing.
Deeks with their second run of the inning. And Williams stands in. He's been hit by a pitch, reached on a fielder's choice, struck out, walked, and flied out today. Foley's ready. Here's the pitch. Fastball fouled out of play. Up on top. Right above us here.
And there's no waiting around on Javar Williams' part for a good pitch to hit. He jumped on it.
Foley's ready. Here's the 0-1. There's a fastball strike way ahead of the Deacon center fielder, 0-2.
Painted the inside corner.
Bases loaded, 2 runs in, but 2 outs, and Wake down 4 runs here in the bottom of the 9th. Facing elimination, here is the 0-2 pitch. Fastball fouled out of play, and Williams just does stay alive. And Wake stays alive with him, but just barely. Cal trying to find a way to get one more out here in the 9th. Foley way ahead of the hitter, 0-2. And here is the pitch. Fastball is grounded off the first baseman, Smaldino, into right field. 2 runs will score, and it's now 14-12. Wake not finished just yet.
Wow, tough play over at first base. The ball was very well hit by Javar Williams, and Smaldino just couldn't come up with it. The ball was hit very firmly, and that's going to give Matt Scannell an opportunity to be a hero in his season at Wake Forest.
14-12. Runners on the corners, still 2 out. Scannell becomes the 9th Deacon hitter to reach the plate here in the 9th inning. Scannell with 1 base hit today. And a visit to the mound. Woohoo.
And all of a sudden, things are tensed up from coast to coast.
Not a good time for the stat monitor to freeze up.
You remember all the numbers.
All right, going to the bullpen, so we'll take another timeout, catch our breath, and see if the Deeks can complete a crazy comeback here. Back with more after this.
Whether it's a big-time win or you're making a comeback, a Legacy Federal Credit Union is on your team. Need a car loan or want to switch to a free checking account? How about consolidating your student loans or starting that business you always wanted? At a Legacy, we help our members pursue their goals and achieve financial wins. Member-owned and focused, we're proud to offer personal guidance that helps you keep a healthy perspective on your finances through good times, tough times, and even game time. Learn more today at alegacy.org.
At Vibe, we design spaces where people heal, learn, and work, whether it's surgery centers, libraries, or residence halls. As respected partners of Wake Forest University and Wake Forest Athletics, we're creating environments where champions are made on and off the field. From the classroom to the locker room, our team brings out the best in yours. Ready to elevate your game? Visit vibedesign.com. That's Vibe with 2 I's. Vibe, creating environments for well-being.
Well, hold the phone there. Wake has scored 4 here in the bottom of the 9th. Got to get at least 2 more to keep the game going. A third would win it, crazily enough. The Deacs with runners on the corners. Keenan at third, Williams at first. 2 outs. Top of the order, and Matt Scannell. He had a base hit in the 5th. He has since struck out and popped out. His first 3 plate appearances today. He flied out, walked, and flared out. So it ain't over.
No, and Piper promptly throws one all the way to the backstop, which gets the Wake Forest fans excited. He's given up 6 home runs this season.
What is this, Bull Durham? Are we shooting a movie here? Oh, man.
The senior fastball, cutter, curveball, and a changeup. Not going to overpower you at 89 miles an hour with his fastball. Pretty decent control. He's walked 20 in 37 innings. But today, in this game, if you don't walk 1 inning, you've got good control.
And Wake has scored 3 of these 4 runs with 2 outs as Scannell steps in. Again, runners on the corners. Extra base hit. Might get Wake to extra innings here.
Jafar Williams at first, great speed.
Yeah, he can run. And here we go. Piper ready. Gonna throw to first. Ooh, wide of first a bit. Smaldino holding the runner on over there, and he had to step big time to his right to make that play. Good grief.
That'd be a crucial mistake.
All right, ready. It's a lefty-lefty matchup. And the pitch, breaking ball strike. That was a good one. Really good pitch. Floated that in at 75 miles an hour.
Outside corner, knee high.
0-1 to the Deacon right fielder. Bottom of the 9th, 14-12 Cal. And the 0-1. Another breaking ball. That is hit on the ground to second base. Throw to first in time, and Wake is retired, and the ball game is over. Spirited comeback for the Demon Deacons here in the bottom of the 9th, but Wake comes up 2 runs shy, and the game is over at 14-12. And Wake is knocked out of the ACC tournament in California with its second huge upset of the tournament. Advances to tomorrow to play number 1, Georgia Tech. We'll take the break again by telling you the final score here in Durham. California 14, Wake Forest 12.
Whether it's on the baseball diamond or at your home, it's important to have your bases covered by someone you trust. Lucky for